Hey everybody, happy Monday and welcome to another Techstrong TV broadcast. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon. Today is Monday, April 18th. I hope everybody had a good Passover if that's what you celebrate, or Easter if that's what you celebrate. We're going to get things kicked off on today's show, which has some amazing discussions, I will say. The first one is a conversation between Alan and Brandon Traffenstedt, who is the Senior Director in the Global Technology Office at CyberArk. CyberArk recently released its annual threat landscape report. A lot of great takeaways in this report, but one of the things that they did notice is there is a direct connection between rampant cybersecurity debt and imbalanced investment decisions. And it is a really great kind of barometer for what a lot of organizations are going to be dealing with if they don't actually really take heed into what type of cybersecurity investments they need to make in 2022. It's a great conversation and it's a very interesting report. I do suggest you check it out. After that, we have the lab, our annual update on what's happening over at GitLab by Brendan O'Leary. As always, he's got a lot of great things to say in his little update, so this one is absolutely no exception to the rule. So after that, we've got the Haunted Hacker podcast. In this one, Mike Jones is speaking with Richard Thiem, the legendary Richard Thiem, who is a former priest who became a commenter on technology and culture. He's also founder of ThemeWorks, which is a consulting firm, and I love the name of the company. They talk about all things cybersecurity, and Mike is just very, very generous in his accolades regarding Richard Thiem. So it's definitely a conversation you want to check out. After that, I'm back with the headlines, and then I have a conversation with Olivier Godin, who is the CEO of SonarSource. We talk about the possibility of the rise of the chief coding officer within organizations. It is a critical strategic asset. We all know that code is gold for many, many organizations, but organizations are dealing with any number of issues related to code, first and foremost being application security, and they're giving rise to things such as the software bill of materials. Well, Olivier and I talk about how a chief coding officer can help kind of mitigate a lot of issues that organizations are experiencing regarding their code. They can really be stewards, if you will, of source code and of software. So it's a great conversation, definitely some food for thought there. After that, I've got the webinar's preview, and then we have a double shot of our Something Old segment. These are two smaller discussions that occurred at the recent Predict 2022 virtual summit. The first one is a presentation by Paul Porter, who is the VP of Sales Engineering at Everbridge. Paul's discussion or presentation is titled State of DevOps, Now, Next, and Beyond. He explores the evolving trends in DevOps practices, including its opportunities and challenges that they bring. Good stuff, good presentation all the way around. He's got 4 or 5, maybe, well, I think it's 3 actually, points that he makes during his discussion, but it's definitely a great one. You want to check it out. After that, the second presentation is by Rob Hirschfield, who was the CEO over at RackN, and his presentation is titled Adding IAC, or Infrastructure as Code, Missing Ingredient. Collaboration. So whether organizations can turn infrastructure as code into scalable infrastructure pipelines, what the secret sauce is for organizations to do that. So Rob kind of talks about what that is and how organizations can achieve it. Infrastructure as code is definitely a very hot topic these days, and Rob's got some great takeaways for you there. All right, that's it. That's a great lineup today. I'm actually very excited about all of these conversations and discussions, and we are going to get things kicked off right after these commercial messages.
Looking for a live conference focused on the tools, technologies, and practices most important to your business? Innotech conferences are live one-day business and technology conferences highlighting the latest in trends for IT leaders, developers, and IT professionals. Each event combines education, innovation, peer-to-peer networking, and the latest technology and business solutions for a diverse IT-focused audience. Inotech conferences occur throughout the year in strategic regional locations, bringing together technology professionals from various industries to learn about the solutions, practices, and tools impacting their day-to-day work and gain insight into what's to come. Presenters at Inotech conferences are selected and curated to ensure each session provides the most up-to-date and relevant information without any hype. Whether you're interested in digital transformation, cybersecurity, cloud, IT leadership, or DevOps, Inotech conferences deliver. 2022 events are scheduled to be held in Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Houston, and Washington, D.C. Inotech conferences are produced by Techstrong Live and powered by Techstrong Group.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Kicking off today's Techstrong TV broadcast, we have a conversation between Alan and Brandon Traffenstedt, who is the Senior Director in the Global Technology Office over at CyberArk. They are discussing some of the results of CyberArk's annual Threat Landscape Report, which, among things, finds a direct correlation or connection between rampant cybersecurity debt and imbalanced investment decisions. Good stuff. It's a great conversation. Let's roll it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, welcome to another Techstrong TV interview. My guest for this interview is a first-timer here on Techstrong TV. It's Brandon Traffenstedt. And if I hope I didn't mess that up, Traffenstedt.
Oh, you got it.
Got it? Good. Hey Brandon, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Happy to be here, Alan.
So Brandon, you're with CyberArk. I mean, CyberArk's a fairly well-known security company. I would imagine most of our audience is familiar with them, but maybe there are some folks who aren't. Why don't you give us kind of a little CyberArk background and maybe a little bit of like what your position is at CyberArk and your own story?
Yeah, sure. Happy to. So Alan, CyberArk is an identity security leader, from securing any identity that has above average access, whether it's existing in an on-prem data center or whether these identities are floating around in the cloud. We also look very intently at how to reduce risk on the endpoints, as well as going all the way into those pipelines that are running those modern CI/CD processes today. So quite a bit of coverage, but laser focused on the security of the ever widening gulf of sensitive identities. CyberArk has been crazy enough to keep me around for around 7 years now. I'm part of CyberArk's Global Technology Office, so we focus on aligning CyberArk's technical strategy with trends we're seeing in the market, and also stuff that organizations actually need, not just building stuff that we think is cool. Sometimes it gets me into trouble, but I do have a technical background. So before CyberArk adopted me, I've worked in systems engineering as well as on the development side of things and product management. So I've been around the block a couple of times and sat in a number of seats, from end user to working on the vendor side of things.
Very cool. Absolutely. So with that being said, really what we want to talk about today is CyberArk's annual study recently came out. And, well, I'm going to let you tell them. Tell us about the annual study and we'll go from there.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. So yes, we just released our annual Identity Security Threat Landscape Report. And there were a number of very interesting, not completely surprising, but very interesting contrasts that came up as we surveyed, chatted with respondees, and also put things together. Really, I'll classify them into sort of four main trends that we saw. The first is just the incredible rapid movement of digital transformation. And you're listening, you're like, yeah, Brandon, duh, organizations are changing. But the interesting contrast here is that whereas 99% of the folks we chatted with said their organization fast-tracked the digital initiative, when we chatted with security professionals, 79% of them said, yeah, we're totally moving super quick. We're shifting left, adopting cloud workflows, doing all that stuff. But security is being brought in a little bit later. It's being considered as an afterthought to these initiatives. Now, Alan, admittedly, that could be related to the expectation of constraint. When we're moving really quickly, there may be a perception that when security is brought in, when it's needed, it'll only slow things down. So there's a lot of concern around being more proactive with security as part of that transformation. The second trend we saw was the sheer explosion of identities, but also the trust around those identities too. For instance, every human, the average human workforce member, me, has access to 30 applications and accounts these days, 30 of them. I tried to list the ones I have access to in my brain, and maybe CyberArk doesn't quite trust me enough for 30, but we're putting a lot of trust into those human users. And then 52% of those humans have access to sensitive assets and data. So over half of our workforce has access to some sort of creamy, nougaty data that threat actors will likely be pretty into. But the real big piece here is the explosion of non-human identities. Alan, the machine uprising, which we've seen, right, for the last, half decade with the rise of automation and RPA. But what we found is that non-human powerful identities, or just identities in general, outnumber humans to a ratio of 45-1. For every one human, there are 45 machine or robot identities. And then the trust is also really leaning into the non-human side of things, with a contrast of 68% of those non-human identities have access to sensitive data. And I'll stop here by saying, with identities expanding, with transformation happening, I think we all expected robots to play a big, big part of that. But the way this trust is beginning to almost operate in a binary nature, this increase in trust of the machines, that's causing a lot of our respondents to really consider how they bring the same level of controls they do for humans to their robots as well.
Yeah. I don't know if it's something in human nature, or just like something maybe we're conditioned with, especially those of us in the tech industry, right? Like, and this is something I've noticed, just people watching, right? People who are not in the tech industry, you ask them things and they'll say something like, oh, my computer screwed up. My computer made a mistake. My computer, it's the computer's fault. And people in the tech industry know that as smart as computers are, they're relatively dumb. They do just what they're told to do, right? And so if they're not doing what they're told to do, it's not the computer's fault. Maybe there's a bug in the software. More than likely, it's human error. For whatever reason, we tend to trust the computer, the machine, more than we trust humanity, right? When we talk about automation, which is such a big part of digital transformation, right? How do we go digital? Well, we automate more, we could go faster. Kind of unwritten in there is that humans can't go fast enough. To really do automation and digitally transform, we need to turn the wheel over to the machine and let these robots, machines, computers, whatever you want to call them, let them loose, right? Because they could go a lot faster than just skin and bone, neuron-based humans. And again, there's something, I think, in that says, well, that makes them much more trustworthy, or that makes them less fallible, or that makes them, right? We don't have to have the level of identity, access controls, and everything else that we, because people can impersonate humans. Humans can impersonate other humans. And we almost are blinded, right, to the ability of people to impersonate robots or machines or non-humans. And I think that's like a bias somehow that got built in here that we need to overcome.
Yeah, very, very well put, Alan. And I think you've double clicked on the notion of consistency. in controls across machines and humans. And it's a silly story, but I have a Roomba. I love my Roomba. The thing runs around, vacuums at all hours. I've given that Roomba an explicit level of trust to just run around the house, do its thing when I'm here, when I'm not here. Now, if we contrast that with me showing up, Alan, at your house with a vacuum cleaner, knocking on your door and saying, I'm going to vacuum every Thursday. All you got to do is give me the key. You'd be like, that guy is out of his mind. Get out of here. But one of the points you made there, and something that we found in the report here, again, it's not a surprise. It's just increasing in scale, is that we're also applying additional trust to the folks who are responsible for automation and for code. As an example, our responders said that 80% of them said that their developers are over permissioned as well. Admittedly, developers do need powerful access, and I'll submit to everyone listening that it's incredibly important to provide as much operational benefit to developers on a security front as you can, but they're an extension of a lot of these non-human processes that we're trusting. And folks like developers, as well as other sort of targets that work with the endpoints that are connected to our orgs, they're becoming targets of the two most common attack types these days, which we found were ransomware, attacks of opportunity, that kind of thing, as well as attacks on organization software supply chains, which I think goes back into that notion of automating, of securing code and that kind of thing. The interesting part about looking at the software supply chain is that's one of the most beautiful connections between human and non-humans. Either if you're an organization that builds software and technology and has your own internally delivered SSC, or you're a consumer consuming from any number of vendors who make up your supply chain. Right there, we saw that 71% of organizations had some attack on an element of their software supply chain that resulted in asset compromise or data exfiltration. We're looking at the human side of that as well as the non-human side. So in a lot of the breaches that we've seen since SolarWinds, yes, public code repositories, artifact compromise, open source compromise, but things like phishing, powerful developer identities still make up those attacks on the supply chain too. So an interesting dichotomy when we look at that relationship of human to non-human identity and access.
Yeah, no doubt. Just the whole phishing thing is, it's crazy. How, from when I first became aware of phishing, I don't know, 12, 14 years ago, right? And to see that it's still out there, and it's still, why it's still there, Brandon? Because it works. It works, and that's the bottom line there. Another thing is, and I wonder if this is kind of borne out in your research this year, is, with COVID, right? And yes, so we gave birth to digital transformation, and part and parcel of that is sort of this work from anywhere on anything kind of mantra, right? Where I don't care whether you're in your house, at your mom's house, at your grandma's house, or at the beach, or skiing, or I don't really care I don't care whether you're on your phone, a tablet, or whatever, however, by means you connect electrons. I've got to give you everything you need. Whether you're a developer or not, quite frankly, I got to give you everything you need. And I may not, especially in COVID, I may not even have any kind of visibility into how locked down your device is or how secure that is. But regardless, job number one is getting you on, right? And getting you productive.
Oh yeah. And sorry, Alan, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that had to have, someone's got to pay the piper here for this, right? Someone has to answer for Santino, Carlos. And, somewhere along the line, this has got to bite you.
And well said. I think everyone has a pandemic story around the security team chasing people out of the office as we're going home, saying, "Let me install one more agent on your laptop." fact of the matter is, to your point, hybrid work, it's not going away, and it's incredible. Being able to do creative work where you're most comfortable is glorious. It's actually one of the reasons why in this report, we saw that the biggest cybersecurity risks for our responders were hybrid work models. Because being super comfortable has its benefit. It makes our brains work better. It's incredible. But also, sometimes it has us let our guard down a little bit. And being these beautiful mechanical elements of trust that humans are, when we're in comfortable spaces like our houses, I submit to you, we're more likely to trust or be affected by urgency. It's funny that you mentioned hybrid work, but also now we're looking to external vendors to give them powerful access as well. So we're trusting more vendors, right? If hybrid work was number one, then things like the increased outsourcing to remote vendors, elements of lower trust than our own internal employees was also a big deal for the responders inside of the report here. And I'll tell you, folks are making good decisions. So I know I've talked about a lot of inferences that sort of paint a picture of growing cybersecurity debt, we'll call it. But if we start to look at the things that folks are doing to mitigate this risk, nearly every organization is adopting some principle of zero trust frameworks, right? And I think that's tied very, very closely with those hybrid work models as network perimeters have broken down. Things like the network access element of zero trust, or the workload or data security elements of zero trust being affected by a lot of the recent breaches that we've seen as an example. But one of the areas that I think is very common amongst all of the workflows that we've talked about today, Alan, is the identity. And when we start to look at a zero trust framework, identity-centric zero trust, right? Something like strong authentication for those users who are working from the beach, and also a certain degree of jealousy because they get to work from the beach, is something that can be implemented rather quickly and provide a ton of value. So we're seeing orgs adopt these principles of zero trust, but the challenge they're having is finding the right piece or combination of pieces to reduce the most risk. What we found is that for the folks looking at the identity-centric side of things, we still had some work to be done around protecting identities across business-critical apps in the cloud. For instance, organizations in the report said over half, or slightly less than half of them said, "Hey, we don't have any identity security for business-critical applications or for the cloud." So we have the right mentality, right? We've got these incredible ideas. It's prioritizing and also doing so in a way that I think matches the speed of innovation that organizations are taking, going back to that point of fast tracking digital initiatives. So I think prioritization here is key, especially as we get to this sort of, and some might disagree with me, but also this level of happy stasis with hybrid work. Right? We've recognized that folks are going to work externally. We've provided a lot of the framework for doing it. Now's our chance to begin to fine tune elements and look at areas of risk that maybe we were hurrying to adopt hybrid work models that we didn't get a chance to touch on.
Agreed. Brendan, we're out of time, man. Hey, for people who want to maybe download the report, find out more about it, where can they go?
Just head over to cyberark.com. You'll see all the information there and available. And of course, if you have any questions, comments, positive, negative, anything like that, your own findings, please don't hesitate to reach out to us.
Very cool. Brandon, hey, thanks for coming up on here on Techstrong TV. We look forward to seeing you again on soon one day.
My pleasure, Alan. Thank you as well.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a break here on Techstrong. We'll be back in just a moment.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
All right, we are back. Next up, we've got the monthly GitLab update from Brendan O'Leary. The lab is something we do on a regular basis, monthly as a matter of fact, and Brendan gives us an update on all things going on over at GitLab. It's as always, lots of really interesting things that Brendan has to say, so let's go ahead and roll it now.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to The Lab, a monthly show where we look at the latest and greatest developments in software development, DevOps, and the cloud. I'm your host, Brendan O'Leary, and I'm coming to you today from a rather drenched, we've gotten a lot of downpour and rain recently, Annapolis, Maryland, on the East Coast of the United States. And for those who don't know me, I'm a developer evangelist at GitLab, which means I get to talk to amazing folks throughout the software engineering space about what it really means to get code shipped to production. In today's episode, we've got a special treat for you, really excited. Of course, we're going to talk about the latest GitLab release, GitLab 14.9, as we do every month. But we also have some new information about new partnerships and features and a new partner program expansion. Say that 3 times fast. And I'm going to be joined later by 2 GitLab leaders, GitLab Alliance's manager, Mike LeBeau, and GitLab's Senior Director of Channel Programs and Enablement, Ed Sapoulas. They'll join us later in the episode to discuss the exciting new partnerships and what they mean for GitLab users and partners alike. But first, let's dive into some key updates around GitLab itself. This month on the 22nd, GitLab 14.9 was released, as we do every month on the 22nd. And there's a lot of course, great features in there. But as always, there's a few that kind of really caught my eye, and I'd really like to talk about a little bit. I think one of the biggest ones is the ability to link an epic to another epic. So that kind of seems like a small deal at first, linking issues to each other, if they're related or blocked in some sort of relationship has been around for a while. But the ability to do that with epics is going to really enable teams to better track and manage all the dependencies that their epics have, across their various GitLab groups. And that effective management of dependencies is really a key component of, helping to reduce the variability and increase, the predictability of value delivery for teams that are large and small alike. So really excited to see that. We also have a new rule mode for scan result policies. So now you can use rule mode to design and edit scan result policies yourself without the ability to edit, the detailed YAML. So this is a new UI editor that makes it a lot easier for users who might not be familiar with YAML, but want to create and manage the rules around MR approvals and how those scan results are handled that get triggered when, there's a certain threshold of vulnerability or something else that was detected in the MR. So I think that's going to be a huge value add for, security personnel or other folks that want to be able to edit and, set those rules, but don't necessarily want to learn a whole new YAML syntax in order to do it. I'm really excited to see that come. Another thing that kind of is along the same line of approving is the deployment approval on the environments page, and actually a redesign of the entire environments page. So now there's this ability to say that you have to require the ability to approve the deployment before it moves to the next environment. So say from testing to staging or staging to canary or canary to production, right? Or, whatever your environments look like. So that was added in 14.8 in the API, but now if you're a deployment approver, you can view all the pending deployments and approve them right in the environments page. And so this, enables our work to let teams work together and create workflows for approving the software into production that match their regulated or protected environment schema. And so with this update, we're going to say this feature is now in beta. Also in 14.9, there was a huge update to the page itself so that you can answer key questions about your environments and deployments. So now you can easily see the status of the latest deployment, the status of the various environments, and which commits have been deployed where. So that's really exciting. Another really exciting thing, something that you know is near and dear to my heart, are the DORA metrics. And in this release, we added API support for time to restore service, which is the third of the 4 DORA metrics that we've added into GitLab. So this data will help teams continuously improve their ability and stability, right? That time to restore service, or MTTR, is critical to understanding the stability of your product in production. And so I'm really excited that we're one step closer to having all 4 of those DORA metrics trackable directly in the DevOps platform that is GitLab. So that's really exciting. And one more security update that caught my eye was this concept of integrated security training. And so GitLab provides this, comprehensive set of security tools that identify, all kinds of different security issues with it. Maybe it's with the container that you're building, or with the dependencies you're using, or with the code itself that you've written. And those findings come at us in, merge requests and in the vulnerability report. And when it's possible, there's a recommended solution that's given. However, that's not always possible for, a given finding that doesn't have a set solution. And so we want to make sure that we're presenting guidance there, explaining the potential impact of those problems. And so this new integrated security training functionality is going to go a long way in helping developers and everyone understand, in their workflow, what is the actual issue that's been detected here. And there's 2 new partners involved in this, Secure Code Warrior and Contra, that are providing that training content that's going to come into those places. And that's one of the reasons I've asked Mike and Ed to come here today and tell us more about those capabilities that these partners are bringing to GitLab, and then other ways that GitLab's partner program is growing. All right, cut this right here, but we'll segue in.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, so very excited to be here today and share some more background on both these 2 new security partners, as well as the Alliance program in general and how it's growing. So Contra is an application security training provider that provides GitLab developers with access to Contra's interactive examples for both common weakness enumeration CWEs, as well as detailed tutorials on how vulnerabilities can lead to a security breach. Their proprietary content efficiently communicates the security impact of bugs and ensures that developers' experience with the static application security testing, the SaaS tools, is seamless and engaging. And best of all, Contra's offerings allow users to customize trainings to closely mimic real-world issues that they face within their own company. The other partner is Secure Code Warrior. They're a developer-driven, security-minded learning platform that enhances real-time secure coding guidance, which is pivotal to detecting and fixing vulnerabilities efficiently. This is one of GitLab's several partnerships that further embed security into the developer workflows, assisting them to rise to the challenge of creating a higher standard of code quality. The current culture around the role of the developer and security best practices is, in most organizations, limited at best. However, with true developer enablement implemented in a way that makes sense in their world, organizations can ignite a passion for cyber defense through secure coding, maximizing developers' productivity and code quality. Simply enable security training for your projects, select your preferred content sources, and then view the results from a security scan. In the vulnerability finding, you'll find a direct link to the security training that most closely matches the particular security issue and the specific language or framework in which it was detected. So now developers can spend a few quick minutes reviewing targeted, context-relevant training to address security issues as part of their normal development workflow.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense because, again, like the context, relevant, I think is a really important thing there, right? I always fancy myself an amateur developer myself. SaaS could come up with something, and I'm like, I don't even understand what this is or why it's a problem. And so, bringing security training for developers and understanding how to write secure code right to the point where they're writing code. I mean, that's just incredible. So I think these integrations, might tell us a story. Like, what do you think the future of a DevOps platform looks like around security because of that?
Yeah, a DevOps platform that is strengthened by our close collaborations with Alliance partners, that are helping customers optimize their DevOps performance. It's only going to be more complete, more interoperable, and integrated more into the developer workflow. Our recent partnership announcements with Secure Code Warrior and Contra exemplify that this kind of collaboration can expand the capabilities of an end-to-end solution while delivering that promise that the one DevOps platform provides. Last month, we highlighted an integration with our security partner, Resilient. So they bring the ability to determine if the vulnerable code is exploitable or not, which helps our customers avoid rework to remediate vulnerabilities with little risk. So essentially, you can potentially reduce your backlog of vulnerabilities up to 70% with this technology. And you're not just reducing you're not just identifying which vulnerabilities are exploitable versus non-exploitable, but you're also reducing that backlog in general. So the amount of vulnerabilities that are out there that are exploitable, you're limiting that overall attack surface area. GitLab's cloud native and cloud agnostic integrations and capabilities enable our customers to tap into new technologies that fit their specific needs, making GitLab an even more dynamic platform that fits various organizational needs.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, I remember back in the day when I worked for a government contractor, you would hit a security scan and you'd get 195 new things. And the question would always be like, well, does that code even run? Can you even get to that? Right? Like that code is it even exploitable? Given all the other constraints on the system is a critical thing to think about. And so that's amazing. That's really awesome. Now, we also have Ed here with us because, I've heard that there's a couple of announcements we've had around the GitLab partner program and updates there. And could you tell us a little bit about this certified training partner certification and what that means for our partners?
Sure, Brendan. So just about every single GitLab customer can benefit from training. Sometimes, our core certification type of training meets the customer needs. Other times, customers want a more tailored approach, like a workshop. Our partners are in a great position to be able to deliver on both of those models. So the CTP program is designed to help our partners build and offer GitLab education services easily and quickly, kind of leveraging our GitLab licensed courseware and delivery methodologies. We also support the partners as they develop their own education offerings around GitLab. So a lot of them are building their own kind of flavor of GitLab around a specific use case. So this training certification is recommended for partners who currently offer training services in their portfolio with validated learning and development capabilities for other similar software vendors. As you'd expect, we do look for partners that have a record of delivering excellent customer experience through their training services. So after becoming certified, these certified training partners can sell and deliver GitLab branded services directly to customers, enabling our customers then to earn their GitLab certifications. It's important to point out our GitLab professional services team is never going to be able to grow to support all the customer needs. So this really is a great opportunity for our partners and their professionals.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. What does that really mean for the program in general, the partner program in general? And then what does it mean for, an everyday GitLab user that we're adding in these kind of capabilities and certifications?
So we already partner with a lot of systems integrators, managed service providers, resellers, and distributors across the globe. They help our customers maximize value through their services, such as implementation, optimization, managed services. So this certification empowers our partners then to evangelize the DevOps platform and upskill their customers. It's really important to understand that as they help our customers learn more about GitLab, the customers are accelerate their GitLab adoption and, very importantly, expand their use cases across the DevOps lifecycle. That's the piece that I think really helps our customers unlock the value of the platform. So, the developers often need help implementing the technologies and best practices to improve the quality and speed of their software development. Training advisory services help our customers focus on developing software, not the tools. And so, we know that GitLab is, the DevOps platform, that offers end-to-end capabilities in a single application. That means, that GitLab users get the most complete solution on the market. and enables them to develop software efficiently, really deliver better software faster. And our partners are in a great position to offer guidance and education to help the customers get the most from their GitLab investment.
Yeah, that's fantastic, right? I think that's the story we're talking about with a lot of folks as they're, seeing this platform adoption happening. How do we adopt more of it? How do we, again, get more return on that investment? Because, those folks that still think of, GitLab as just a few things or, just Git, it's like, okay, well now, if you have the Git DevOps platform at your disposal, what does that mean? So that's fantastic to see that we're doing that kind of enablement. Thank you.
Yep.
And thank you, Mike and Ed, so much for coming today. I really appreciate your time coming on the show and talking about us. Would love to have you back sometime next time we're doing, exciting partner announcements. So thanks so much.
My pleasure.
Great.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. So that'll wrap us up for today. Again, if you want to learn more about GitLab 14.9, as always, I would encourage you to go to the GitLab blog. There's over 40 updates. We only covered a handful of them. Per usual, but if you want to learn more about it, go check out the GitLab blog. And thanks for watching again today. You can find me on the internet as @O'Leary Crew most places. Twitter is probably where I spend most of my time. So if you have an idea for a future episode or want to discuss anything else from today's episode, reach out to me there. Really excited to talk to you about anything else you've thought of. And again, this is the lab. We meet here every month, so we'll see you here next month for the next GitLab release. Thanks again for joining us. I'll see you next month in the lab. Stay safe.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more.
All right, we are back. Next up, we've got the Haunted Hacker podcast. This is a two-part conversation, part one of a two-part conversation that host Mike Jones has with Richard Thiem, who is a cybersecurity consultant, a former priest, became a commenter on technology and culture. He's also the founder of ThemeWorks, which is a consulting firm, and he's a frequent keynote speaker, and he's a legend in the field, and Mike has a great time having a conversation with him. So, like I said, this is part one of a two-part conversation. We'll have part two tomorrow, but let's go ahead and roll part one now.
Welcome to the Haunted Hacker podcast version April 0.2. This is the second one for this month already. Crazy. Before we get started, I'll give you a little bit of news and updates. I'll be speaking in Washington, D.C. on the 14th at the Techstrong live event and teaching people how to hack Android phones. The Haunted Hacker threat intel report, kind of a bait, went out today. And you'll see a lot of RF and radio signals between Russia and Ukraine that's been published in that threat report. So take a look at it. And without further ado, I want to introduce you to a very fascinating guest that we have today. We're really lucky to have him. Richard Thiem. How are you doing, Richard? And thank you for being on the podcast.
Thank you for having me. It's always great to have a good conversation with a good human being.
Absolutely. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your background and fascinating background, and tell us kind of how you got into cyber and your journey and what you've been through.
Okay, let me try to keep it as short as I can because of necessity, my complex journey. I mean, you live long enough, right? Mm-hmm. Old buildings, whores, everybody gets respectable if they live long enough. Across in Chinatown. At any rate, I was an Episcopal clergyman, right? And before that, I taught English literature, and I loved literature. Once I found it, I couldn't get enough of good literature, how it was constructed, complex, beautiful, and as close to the truth as a human being can articulate. Right brain, not scientific truth, but truth nevertheless, and a comprehensive truth full of feeling and full of nuance and subtlety. So I loved literature, and I taught it at the University of Illinois, and I changed my path in my late 20s, nearly 30, went through some life-changing experiences. And the best way to handle those was to join the Anglican Church. I was living in England, and I came back here and became an Anglican clergyman. And I did that for 16 years in 3 different parishes. And because of my unique background, I've lived as a minority in 5 different ways. So I'm used to encountering cultures that are not mine, and learning how to suss out the context out of which they speak, live, and move, but usually without knowing it. Because if you've never, I'm in Minnesota right now, and people who grew up here don't know that epistemology and ontology are the same thing for them. They think what they think is real because they're so assimilated by the culture. But I learned to see past that, because you have to, as a minority, whether African-American or woman or Jew or what. This is about the first generation that I used to say you could be express your anger at how you're treated without being killed for it. But that's changing. Once again, you can be killed for it. But women always, because violence was private at home for women. So I had a unique trajectory and did very, very well in the ministry on the edges of things. Meanwhile, I bought my son Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, an Infocom game years and years and years ago. We loved Infocom. I thought it was going to be the way of the gaming future. But as you know, I mean, since nobody's shot dead, it isn't. There's nothing but shooting in games that seem to proliferate and go wildly popular. But Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and some of their others like Trinity were just works of art, just beautiful interactive fiction, which, because I knew fiction and done a lot of writing, I thought this is where it's going to be. And I was playing that game with my son when I realized that this really was the way of the future, that interactivity was going to be the determining structure of how humans related at a new level, which was digital. Now, because I knew literature, I had a good sense of how text works. And my perception playing that game was, what is happening to me, I remember thinking, is not the same as when I read a book. A book discloses a horizon of possibility through the text. The digital world discloses it through branching if this, then that junctions and options that make a different perspective. And it seems to go on forever. It seems like when you did those interactive games that the options were endless. They weren't. They were constrained. But it felt like they were endless in a different way than literature, which defined the parameters of your vision. And so I thought, my God, this is going to be totally different. Religion, which I was articulating on behalf of a community at the time, religion is literature. Religion is based on words. Religion is based on literary transactions in a community. People don't often see it that way. But religions, as we understood them, come from the printing press. In other words, way back when, there were oral religions, right? Christians called them Baals, which was a way of making them all wrong. But there were just a lot of religions, and they were oral. And once writing took place, it transformed human consciousness. And now oral religions either vanished or were translated into writing. And then that huge meta leap took place again with the printing press, which is why we have Protestants. There wouldn't be any Luther. Luther is a a digital human now, a digital being. He was a print being, but translating it into digital again transforms it. And I thought, this is going to be as big as the printing press. This is as big as writing. And I start writing essays. The first one was called Computer Applications for Spirituality, the Transformation of Religious Experience, on how the structures, forms, ideation, everything in what we thought of as religions is once more going to go through a looking glass of absolute transformation. Well, I couldn't get that published. They wrote it wrote in the margins when they sent it back from the Anglican Theological Review, he must be crazy. He's mad. Who does he think he is? Literally, that was one of the steps toward I can't stay in a suffocating environment where people can't comprehend reality. Because I saw bing, 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 what was going to happen. I see the future sometimes more clearly than I see what's right in front of me. But I connect the dots. And so finally, a new editor found that essay and published it and said, this is so cutting edge. But my tech friend said, it's not cutting edge anymore. You're referring to moos and mushes. You remember those? Mm-hmm. It was archaic, my technical references, but the insight on how it was going to transform human interaction, religious structures. Now it's all here. A lot of what I said is coming, has come, but because it came gradually in the context of the digital transformation of society entirely, people almost didn't notice how radical the change to have satellite churches and interactive sermons and so on and so forth. So I was being offered the jobs I thought I always wanted. It takes a while for cognitive dissonance to build. You got a good career, you got golden handcuffs called a pension, and I realized I would die if I took the jobs that were offered. Bishop of Connecticut was one. Trinity Boston, the biggest church in the Episcopal Church orbit. And they came for an interview, and the guy said afterward, he said, you've got everything we want in a new leader, but one thing. And I said, what's that one thing? And he said, we got the feeling you don't want us. And I said, boy, you got it. I don't want you, and I don't want any other parish. I'm out of here. It wasn't quite like that, but that's how it felt. And I was out of there. And I announced to my wife, I said, it's over. I felt perfect peace. God called me in, God called me out. Long live God. And so I left that structure and said, I'm going to speak and write full time and dedicate myself to articulating what I see and see if there's a place. Well, that was 1993. And you could do something commercially on the internet in 1993 for the first time. It had been prohibited prior to that year. And so I could have a website. They were brand new. USA Today found my website, called it a website of the week. That's how few there were. And I was asked by the Wisconsin Professional Engineers, they said, we hear about this thing, cyberspace. What is that? Would you write a column for us telling us what it is? So my first column in what I called Islands in the Clickstream, places to stop and pause and reflect on what this is that's happening, was called What is Cyberspace? They said, oh, they loved it. Could you do another? So I did one called Dreams Engineers Have, and then I did Games Engineers Play, and so on. And pretty soon I said to friends, there's this thing, email. Can I attach these columns and send them to you? Within a couple of years, they're going to 60 countries and thousands of subscribers. And Singris approached me at DEF CON and said, can we bring out a collection? And at the age of 60, 2004, that was my very first book, collection of 150 Islands in the Clickstream columns. So also, I say they approached me at DEF CON. You cannot underestimate in my history the importance of DEF CON. I wrote to Jeff Moss when he was preparing DEF CON 4, and he had put out a word that somehow I got through email. I'm looking for a keynoter. And I said, oh, I talk about this stuff. And he said, well, sure, come on. His genius, among other aspects of his genius, is he gives people a chance. And if it works, he keeps them. And if it doesn't, he doesn't. But people love to go to DEF CON and volunteer for no money to please let me be here and serve you and make you a millionaire. So that was the deal. We all agreed, and no resentment about that. The payoff was tremendous. Last year I spoke at DEF CON for the 25th straight year. Wow. I don't think anybody's done that. And each year it's a challenge to come up with a new way of framing on the basis of what I said I saw, the revolutionary transformation of society through digital communication and information technologies. So this is what I have thrived on and what I've loved. Plus, I met a lot of people there from NSA and CIA who became the closest friends I would say I've ever had. I'm just thinking of them. One died, one has Alzheimer's. Tragic, but I used to spend hours and hours and hours in conversation with these friends, and even did some work along the way for different places where they worked but above all, learned how things worked in their world.
Mhm.
And so the security world, I've now keynoted security conferences in 15 countries. And for me, bringing what I did from the ministry, the bottom line is what I love is the exchange of information and energy for people, with people, and trying to make those transactions win-win. I did an early talk at DEF CON about social engineering, and you can raise your game from win-lose to win-win. You still win, but if you make it profitable for other people, it's called society, right? I mean, then it works for everybody. And I've gotten to know people all over the world, and I can't imagine a better, more exciting, more vital community than all the various people in intelligence and security with whom I have been privileged to engage and learn from. So the bottom line is I am the dumbest, most ignorant person in the room every conference I go to. And that's why I learn more than anybody else. Because if your cup is half full, you can only fill it another half. I come in empty every time, come early, stay late, and I have learned from colleagues and friends over almost, it's 25, 30 years almost.
That's amazing.
How to think in this world. And I love it. I love it. And it's cutting edge. And it challenges you constantly to accept the ambiguity and complexity of the world in which you live. Don't get high horse on anybody. Don't get moral high ground on anybody, because the world is 100% gray. And in the ministry, I knew that and lived out of it. But there were some people in the religious world that, oh, no, it's black and white. No, it is not. And if you think you have a clue, the first sign that you might have a clue is when you realize that you do not have a clue.
Exactly. So you have a lot
that's the short story, believe it or not.
so you have a lot of background that really fascinates me. When I was a little kid, the first thing I ever wanted to be, and this is probably news to a lot of people, the first thing I wanted to be was a priest. And so I dove off into, the Catholic religion and Catholicism. I've been around the world to different religious sites, in Cyprus, and I went to Buddhist temples in Singapore, because religion really fascinates me, because it's a collection of stories, plus it's symbology, and it talks about human behavior and psychology. So it kind of all played into kind of like my development. But what I found really interesting is when I started going outside of those lines a little bit and looking at some of the more esoteric and some of the more non-mainstream, followings like Freemasonry. I became a Freemason in 2005 and was excommunicated from the Catholic Church for doing so. But I learned a lot. I learned a lot about, the different religions, why we do certain things that we do. But when you said that religion took on another context as far as like the digital transformation, what I thought was really interesting was, even when I was a kid, there was a series of books called Choose Your Own Adventure.
Of course.
And it was a science fiction book, and you had different alternative outcomes based on your decision making.
Of course, we all did those, right?
Yeah, and I think religion has the same context as well. Like, there's totally different paths you can go depending on which choices you make in life, right?
Absolutely.
But what I found over the years is that the more I got ingrained with the internet, the more I got deep into some of the darker spaces and some of the lighter spaces, is that it's definitely taking on a life of its own, and it's affecting a lot of lives in the process. You talked about the shooting games, and that seems to be the trend. And it kind of scares me, the way that we've revolutionized technology, the way that we're really embedding it, not only in our own minds, but our bodies and everything around us. It kind of paints a scary picture. When you think about EMPs, you start thinking about cyber attack and the different routes that people are going. And the fact that, I just did a documentary about kids in gaming. And what I found really interesting is you can put a kid in front of the game and they'll get addicted to it. You take them away from that game and they're a completely different person. You have to go through that withdrawal, and they're frustrated and they're angry, but they play that out in a game. So where do you think that gaming and technology is going for the younger generations?
Well, one of the things if I'm with you, I mean, I'm tracking all the different points you made. One, I want to say about the esoteric paths. I have a hunch that anybody who takes seriously the spiritual path on which they set forth will wind up exploring those varieties. And I certainly did. I went to the human potential movement stuff. Part of my experience in England when I joined the Church of England was to try to make sense of what was happening, which was you could only call paranormal. Mm-hmm. And now that I've gotten to be friends and acquaintances with people who did remote viewing, and I did exercises in church. You can imagine coming to a class in my church in Utah, and I said, we're going to do psychometry. Everybody holds an object, receives psychic impressions, and then reports out. And the point was that I wanted to make sure people knew that their boundaries are porous and that information and energy is constantly moving from us to others. And you pick it up unconsciously, but the more conscious you become of what you pick up, the better you get. And the more intuitive you get, and ultimately you wind up all the way at non-local consciousness, which is what the astronaut Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, said to me. He realized coming back from the moon was what exists. He would go in and out of an altered state. And in the altered state, he saw that everything is interrelated. Everything connects with everything else, which we now know from physics is, of course, true. And non-altered is what we're doing now, which is we see things as separate. Well, apparently it's very easy to use separate things to build and make stuff happen, i.e. society. You can't have nothing but mystics, right? Because there'd be no buildings. We'd just all be gone. We'd all be ecstatic and non-functional. So you have to have a mix. How many mystics can a society tolerate? Well, that's what genetic engineering is going to show us. If we tweak the DNA of embryos to make more mystics, it may skew society in the wrong way. But the point I want to make is, the esoteric path, the deeper experience of consciousness and what it can disclose when you open yourself to that, that's what spirituality and religion was about for me. And therefore, I did thrive by attracting people who wanted to go adventuring in spirituality. Now, I said, as I realized what was happening with young people, is I could see clearly the difference between the digital world and the print world because I happened to live on the cusp between them and understood how text works and how writing had transformed human consciousness because I had been uniquely placed, like at the Terminator on the moon. You know, where the Terminator is, you'd see light and dark, you see rills and craters. But when it's all white, you see nothing. When it's all dark, you see nothing. The Terminator on the moon is like the cusp between major cultural change. And I could see what was coming because I had a foot in both worlds. And I would flip back and forth, like Edgar Mitchell said, between them. But I could see that the next generation, and here we are several later, is going to be so assimilated to the digital world. And you can tell that's happening when all the parents are moaning. They won't get off their games. Well, I remember a guy named Tubby. I wrote a little column about it once way back when. I said, now they call him Mr. Tubby. I was told to go to Tubby, who was always reading, always inside reading. And they said, try to get him outside playing sports. Well, now he's Mr. Tubby, the CEO of a major technology company. And the point is, young people assimilated into that way of doing things, being, thinking. They're integrated into it the same way we didn't think it was unusual to read. But if we look back at history, we were part of a brand new kind of society where people were literate. You go back to the early 20th century, most people didn't graduate high school. It was a very big deal. But to really read and be literate is only a very recent phenomena for society. Well, it's the same with digital. They were assimilated and people would say, oh, they're not going to be doing X, Y, and Z. Well, they're not. They're not. I mentioned the movie Chinatown. I got in trouble doing a talk for O'Reilly when I said, it's Chinatown, Jake. It's Chinatown. And the woman who was handling me came up and she said, none of them know what you were talking about. That movie is from 1973. And then I have to think, my God, next year it'll be 50 years. And when a hacker came up to me at DEF CON, I referred to Hal. I can't do that, Dave. A hacker came up and said, who's Hal? And I realized that my points of reference were ancient. And this was confirmed when somebody tweeted at DEF CON, you may think Richard Thiem is just a deranged old man wandering around the con, but he still has some good things to say. And I said, thank you for sending me that. I think it's a compliment. I didn't know they thought I was a deranged old man wandering around the con, but now I just turned 78. I'm writing my 8th book. The book that came out last year is the best ever. I'll just mention it's called Mobius, a memoir. After 25 years of working with all the people to whom that I referenced, the friend at NSA said, you can't ever discuss what we talk about unless you write fiction. He said, fiction is the only way you can ever tell the truth. And he was right. I've published 37 short stories and 2 novels, and I'm working on my sequel to Mobius. I poured 25 years of understanding into the story of an intelligence professional who hit a speed bump and became a whistleblower. And now the second book is what is it like to be a whistleblower? And I've talked to plenty of them. And then there will be a third, I believe, completing the trilogy, incorporating some of the spiritual depths that I've never been able to speak about because consensus reality just doesn't allow you to talk about those things. And so as I've moved into these other domains of understanding, I have lived more and more in non-consensual reality, understood and sustained and created by a small group, an elite. And by getting interested in UFO phenomena, which I did as a priest when a fighter pilot told me, oh, it's real, all right. We chase them, we can't catch them. So I spent 44 years pursuing as much truth about that as I could, and that takes you into non-consensual reality in a big way. Finally, government says, oh, yeah. There was talking to somebody, and they said, she said, I was talking to the guy across the table. I said, what do you think about all this revelation stuff from Luis Elizondo? And she said to me, he said the same thing you just said. And what I said is, it's real. It's been here for a long time. We've known it for a long time. And it's a serious security confrontation and threat. And I found out who she was referring to, who said the same thing I did, was Vice Chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Well, my sources go in many directions and all the way up. And so I don't have any question anymore. I haven't had any question for a long, long time. We've been visited, we've been observed. And people say, why don't they communicate? I said, do you know what a UFO is? It's just, well, sure. Yeah. In other words, they've communicated. This is it. Here we are. We're just going to show you here and there and everywhere. And you're going to put it together over decades because your little paltry timeline, little monkey boy, is not our timeline. And, you have to think very, very differently to try to grasp the strangeness of the phenomenon and how it manifests itself. Because for one thing, the technology is so beyond what we could grasp, which was the threat initially. And we don't want anyone else to get that because then they own the earth. But the other is the impingement upon consciousness. More and more people, I've interviewed so many who've had encounters, and they sometimes say, I changed my life. I'm going to be a priest. They become profoundly interested in in environmental issues. They have a profound spiritual transformation as a result of even a simple encounter with a glowing 30-foot disc that hovers over their car, stops it, and then moves on. I want to explore what I've learned about that, and I've learned a lot more than most people get a chance to learn from interviewing people. So that'll be the third book. So I passed over into an acceptance of the fact that my audiences and my readership are going to be people who they want to know how the intelligence world really works. They want to see the meat on the end of your fork, naked lunch, William Burroughs called it. See reality for what it is. And that's what I've been passionately committed to in literature, in ministry, and the last 30 years of my life. So it's expanding your consciousness, right? It's taking literally and seriously what you discover to be deeply true. And once you discover it, it changes you forever. And you can't go back and pretend you haven't had an inside-out transformation, because you have.
Yes. It's really fascinating too, because coming from intelligence industry, I was intelligence in the military, cryptologist, and that kind of background. Plus, I've always been interested in radio, trying to listen for any kind of rogue sounds or signals or whatever I can collect. That whole questioning everything. And you spoke about remote viewing, which I find really fascinating, because as a kid, I started having the ability of being able to tell where people that I was connected with, what kind of environment they were in, whether it be, a table in front of them with a glass, or I could tell them exactly what they were wearing. But it was because I think that connected that connection between the two people. I still do that sometimes. I still have the ability to, be able to call someone and say, hey, I know what room you're sitting in. This is what it looks like. And it freaks my mom out. But it's something that I enjoy. And it's a gift that I had when I was a kid that I never really understood. But as I got older, I realized that I have those connections because those people are close to me and that connection exists.
You got it. And that's what I discovered in the ministry. The people for whom I genuinely cared as deeply as I could, we had such a connection. There's a joke about, I knew they were going to call before. That happened so many times it wasn't even noticeable anymore. I did these classes called The Invisible World to show people that the paranormal is normal. It's not paranormal. It's a human condition and facet and attribute, which, if you do not believe it exists, will not happen to you.
Right.
And that's the key thing, to know that it's not seeing is believing, it's believing is seeing. One of my favorite examples of that is some women have a chromosomal alteration that lets them see more colors. And this one woman who became an artist would tell her parents when she was a child what she saw, and they said, you can't see it. And she stopped seeing it. And then when she learned that it was scientifically valid, she began to see it again, and now she sees all the colors. In other words, her brain got the message. You may think you're seeing it, but you're not. So I'm not going to show it to you anymore. And then it got the message, oh, that was a mistake. Let's look. And so what I'm wanting to know is, once you discover that you have an inclination or intuitive understanding, you're describing clairvoyance and telepathy, do you then and this is what spiritual practices are, they're training programs to deepen the tools and techniques of going there and doing that and experiencing that. And so have you done anything personally to enhance, sharpen, hone, clarify your ability to do it? And yes, people do freak out. So what I learned in the ministry, even though I wasn't always psychic, but you were very intuitive, when I first started doing counseling, I thought, I can see what's happening. And I would tell them what's happening, and they'd run screaming out of the office because they couldn't handle it, right? So I had to learn. I needed to know, see clearly, but say to myself clearly, and then find how to make that apparent to other people, tell them in a way that's helpful to them. That's what counseling really, really was. Yeah. But if you've got the gift, you don't want to not just let it happen to happen, but you want to enhance the likelihood that it will happen, because if nothing else, it enriches your understanding of how deeply interconnected we are, right?
Oh, exactly.
That's a great gift. I mean, I was tempted to test it. I was going to turn off the camera and ask you what kind of slacks I'm wearing, but
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and Media Ops CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and Techstrong TV.
Hey everybody, happy Monday. This is Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with the headlines. First up on DevOps.com, we take a look at 15 DevSecOps practices. DevOps is all about speed, agility, and collaboration. But when it comes to security, DevOps teams often face unique challenges. From securing the application development process to protecting production environments, DevOps and DevSecOps teams need to be aware of a variety of potential security risks. This article is a list of 15 DevOps security best practices and challenges, some more obvious than others, but all worth considering. There are plenty of threats when it comes to DevOps and DevSecOps, and equally, a wide range of best practices that can be used to improve DevSecOps. By implementing these best practices, you can help protect your system from attack. We also have an article about Argo, the popular open source tool that enables GitOps with Kubernetes. But it's much more than that, because by enabling GitOps, Argo will also make Kubernetes environments more robust, secure, and reliable than ever before. Combined, Argo, GitOps, and good DevOps engineers are a recipe for production panacea. This article covers what the Argo project is in relation to GitOps and Kubernetes, some of the requirements for Kubernetes in production, and the benefits of Argo tools for production environments in helping make Kubernetes production ready with minimal effort from developers and DevOps engineers. The magic of Argo is its simplicity and the way it fits seamlessly into existing Kubernetes workflows. Also on DevOps is an article about MTTR and why it is a vital metric for DevOps teams. In DevOps, every second counts. We all know that. System failures mean engineers lose valuable time improving software and developing new features. So how do you effectively detect and manage these issues? Mean time to resolution, or MTTR, can provide insight into how effectively your DevOps team responds to incidents and how reliable your software is. It's difficult to know how your team can improve or determine a performance baseline if you don't have data to analyze your incident management workflows. This article offers up information on this valuable metric, including how to interpret it and leverage this information to minimize downtime. All right, over on Container Journal, we look at the new CRI-O vulnerability and how organizations can best it. If you're a CRI-O user, you need to know about CVE 2022-0811, which was recently discovered by CrowdStrike cloud security researchers. While it can't be exploited by just anyone, it can still wreak havoc in your cluster node. This article discusses what the vulnerability is, what it does, and how organizations can not only close the gap, but also be more prepared for a growing threat landscape. How serious is this vulnerability? Well, CRI-O users, particularly those in Red Hat environments, will want to take action, as will anyone with multi-tenancy clusters, which by nature means different groups of users who shouldn't be able to reach other people in the cluster. Good stuff. All right, in news, VMware has made generally available an update to its Tanzu application platform that makes it easier to deploy and manage application workloads across multiple Kubernetes clusters. In addition, VMware includes support for pre-built container images that make it easier to migrate existing applications to Kubernetes environments. Version 1.1 of Tanzu application platform also adds modular installation profiles to simplify deployment and the ability to instantly visualize workload status across a software supply chain, as well as added support for role-based access controls to better secure the cloud-native application development and deployment platform. The overarching goal of the new features is to provide a superior experience that entices more developers to build and deploy container applications on Kubernetes clusters, as many developers are still reluctant to deploy applications on Kubernetes clusters because the primitives that need to be mastered are still too low level, at least when compared to other application development frameworks. All right, over on Security Boulevard, the U.S. government last week tried to get ahead of possible attacks on industrial control systems, particularly in the energy sector, via the recently discovered Pipe Dream malware, which is a modular ICS attack framework that is equally dangerous to industrial software and industrial technologies. A joint cybersecurity advisory issued by the Department of Energy, CISA, and the FBI noted that certain advanced persistent threat actors have exhibited the ability to gain full system access to multiple industrial control system and supervisory control and data acquisition devices. Noting that the bad actors have created custom-made tools that target ICS or SCADA devices, the agency said they can scan for, compromise, and control affected devices once they have established initial access to the operational technology network. The government is particularly worried about organizations in the energy sector, as the modular architecture and ability to conduct highly automated exploits against devices make Pipe Dream particularly dangerous, although there is no evidence of compromise just yet. The APT actors can scan for targeted devices, conduct reconnaissance on device details, upload malicious configuration or code to the targeted device, backup or restore device contents, and modify device parameters, the agencies noted. And finally, we look at the recent attack on Panasonic Canada by the Conti ransomware gang, which said it grabbed 2.8 gigabytes of data. The ransomware group posted what appeared to be internal documents from Panasonic Canada, including from its HR and accounting departments. Spreadsheets and files were among the information published on the Conti leak page. A Panasonic business has been hit by attackers multiple times in the last several months. In the first attack, Panasonic was hit during a string of attacks against Japanese companies. The attackers accessed sensitive documents, customer and employee records sometime in June 2021, though Panasonic did not pick up on it until November 11th. That attack was followed by an intrusion during which bad actors accessed information on job candidates. Panasonic India also suffered a ransomware attack at the end of 2020. Panasonic confirmed the most recent breach, but has not attributed it to any specific group, nor has the company provided much in the way of details. All right, that's it for the headlines for today. I will be back tomorrow with a brand new batch for you. Until then, I hope everybody has a great day, and please, whatever you do, stay safe.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Olivier Godin, who is the CEO of SonarSource. Olivier, thank you so much for taking some time and joining me today. I do appreciate it.
Hi, Charlotte. Thanks for having me.
No problem whatsoever. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about SonarSource, and then I'd love to talk to you about this idea of the Chief Coding Officer. But first, please do tell us about SonarSource.
Sure. So SonarSource is a company that was founded now 13 years ago. In Switzerland, today we operate out of 4 offices. One in Austin, Texas, where we have about 70 people, 20 people in Bochum, Germany, 20 people in Annecy in France, and about 180 people now in Switzerland, which is headquarters.
Wonderful.
So yeah, and what we do is we do what we call clean code, which is we provide solutions to help companies to do a good job when it comes to the source code of applications. And we have been doing this for 13 years with a solution which is mainly open source, with a really, I would say, massive adoption across organizations.
That's wonderful. And we've been hearing so much lately about the open source software security and the need to have clean source code. It's kind of the fundamental, if you will. It's the basis for any successful application, software application development project and delivery. So I'm interested in this idea that you have come up with, which is the rise of the chief coding officer. And I wonder if you can kind of walk me through that. What do you mean by the chief coding officer, and what do you envision this person doing?
Sure. So basically, before I get into the chief coding officer, I think I would like to start from the idea that source code is really the main asset for software. If you think about software, I mean, everything is in code. I would arguably say, some people would argue, I would not, that anything else in a software is commodity disposable, which is everything important in a software is done in the source code. So how the software behaves, how the software performs is going to be in the code. And therefore, if you think about code, this is a real asset part of the software. We keep saying software is eating the world. Actually, we could almost say source code is eating the world somehow. And if you're not careful, I'm sure you heard a lot of stories about people having to deal with technical debt, with unsecure applications. If you're not careful, what is supposed to be an asset for companies, this kind of soft things that you can make evolve to support your business can become, kind of often becomes more a liability, which is, this is something where you have to do this, you have to do that before you are able to add the next feature to support the business. You are going to have to fix certain things that have been overlooked throughout the years. Sure. Developers don't like they don't really own the software because the code is not as good as they wish. And sometimes they say this and they wrote themselves the code. I mean, I think most developers one day said, "Oh, who wrote this code?" And then they realized it was themselves. So basically, there is this idea that source code is really the asset. This is the most precious thing in software. And once you start to think about this, there is nobody really today who owns the code in organizations, which is, and I have seen in large organizations, people starting to have roles such as CDOs, like Chief Development Office, which to me is more around the development process itself to make sure there are good practices when developing software. But I also think it's extremely important that somebody in any organization is going to be the one making sure that we take good care of the source code.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. And to your point, developers.
Looking for a live conference focused on the tools, technologies, and practices most important to your business? Innotech conferences are live one-day business and technology conferences highlighting the latest in trends for IT leaders, developers, and IT professionals. Each event combines education, innovation, peer-to-peer networking, and the latest technology and business solutions for a diverse IT-focused audience. Innotech conferences occur throughout the year in strategic regional locations, bringing together technology professionals from various industries to learn about the solutions, practices, and tools impacting their day-to-day work and gain insight into what's to come. Presenters at Innotech conferences are selected and curated to ensure each session provides the most up-to-date and relevant information without any hype. Whether you're interested in digital transformation, cybersecurity, cloud, IT leadership, or DevOps, Innotech conferences deliver. 2022 events are scheduled to be held in Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Houston, and Washington, D.C. Innotech conferences are produced by Techstrong Live and powered by Techstrong Group.
Hey everybody, happy Monday. This is Charlene O'Hanlon and I'm here now with the webinar's preview. I was telling you, we have so many webinars, great webinars coming up on DevOps.com, Container Journal, and Security Boulevard. Well, I got 3 here for you. Hope you can join us. They're all awesome, and they are all happening, I believe, this week or next. The first one is called 2022 Container Security Trends Expert Live Panel Stream. No, expert panel live stream. There we go. This one is happening Wednesday, April 20th at 11 a.m. Eastern on DevOps.com. This is sponsored by Sneak. The cloud is where applications run today, but the cloud itself is software managed and run with code such as infrastructure as code, Kubernetes and Helm configs and Docker files. Securing your cloud can and should follow much the same model as the security of the apps you're running in it. So in this webinar, Techstrong research analysts will share some new research on securing cloud environments, containers, and the need for greater visibility and collaboration between engineers, operations, and security teams. In addition, a subject matter expert from Sneak will discuss some of the challenges and successes they have observed from teams applying developer-first security practices to their cloud-native infrastructures. It's good stuff. Right, the second one is called Building High-Performing DevOps Teams. This is happening Wednesday, April 20th at 1 p.m. Eastern on DevOps.com. This is one of our DevOps Unbound panel discussions sponsored by Tricentis. To improve software delivery performance, the first thing organizations need to do is improve their DevOps team's expertise. So DevOps doesn't deliver code by itself. It takes a great team to do it. So how can we help our DevOps teams become high performers and foster innovation? What makes an effective DevOps team, and what does the future hold for DevOps engineers? This panel of experts will discuss the role of DevOps, the demand for DevOps engineers, and the main principles and practices that DevOps teams should apply to achieve high performance. A great, just kind of down in the weeds, DevOps engineers conversation. Good stuff. All right, the last webinar is called Getting HashiCorp Terraform into Production. This one is happening Thursday, April 21st at 1 p.m. Eastern on Security Boulevard. This is sponsored by AWS and HashiCorp. When starting their migration journey, many small teams adopt the Terraform open source software to provision their clouds using infrastructure as code. As teams expand, organizational challenges arise around collaboration, security, compliance, and governance. So this webinar discusses the benefits that Terraform Cloud offers customers who are considering Terraform as the standard workflow to provision and manage infrastructure in their organization. Another good one there, folks. All right, that's it for the webinar's preview for this time around. I'll be back tomorrow with a brand new batch for you. Until then, I hope everybody has a great day. And please, whatever you do, stay safe.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
All right, we are back. Rounding out today's Techstrong TV broadcast, we have a double shot of something old segments from our recent Predict 2022 virtual event. The first one features Paul Porter, who is VP of Sales Engineering at Everbridge. Paul has a conversation titled State of DevOps, Now, Next, and Beyond. It's actually a presentation, not a conversation. Talks about basically the state of DevOps. It is what it says. The second one is by Rob Hirschfield, who is the CEO over at RackN. Rob's presentation is titled Adding IAC, or Infrastructure as Code's Missing Ingredient, Collaboration, and how organizations can successfully integrate infrastructure as code into their scalable infrastructure pipelines. Great stuff there. Both of them are totally worth checking out, so I highly encourage you to do that. We're going to go ahead and roll one right after the other now.
Hi, my name is Paul Porter. I lead the global technical sales team with X Matters, which is an Everbridge company. And excited to have a chat with you here today about what's coming in this next year. And so I'm going to actually share some slides here. So let me cut to the slides so you can get a view of those. And the context of this is really DevOps, because we've been here already. So I think what's coming is really a function of where we've been. So I've got a little bit of the now, next, beyond perspective. And for me, customer experience, user experience has really been the focus. Actually, not this year, but from about 3 years ago or so is really when it started. And for us as an organization, we really think of everyone in the company as participating in customer experience. So customer experience isn't just what you see on a web interface or in an app, that sort of thing, but it's really much larger than that. But it certainly was highlighted when COVID hit. So a pandemic definitely changes things. And from our perspective, it became even more important that customer experience and the virtual end of it became a great new focus. So I'm going to touch on that and revisit a little bit of history so that you know what's in my context from where did this start, where are we now, as well as, of course, where are we headed next. And in this customer experience realm, one of the true things I think for most organizations is that they always needed more faster. And what that more of was kind of depended on you as a company, kind of what industry you might in, what product or service you may be providing. But all of it was not only to improve the customer experience, but all that, of course, directly relates to revenue for organizations and brand and identity. We want those to be positive things and positive experiences. And of course, adoption, where there's a model that we expect our clients to roll through. And of course, that relates to satisfaction and retention, not only within an organization, say employee retention, but also from a customer retention standpoint. And I would also group this into digital transformation. So digital transformation really means different things depending on what your organization is. And it came in different forms. For us in the IT world, it definitely was, one of the ways that happened was this move from Agile to DevOps, which is a terrific thing. For some organizations like us, we're a cloud SaaS solution, fairly small company, compared to companies that have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of employees. And so we were able to actually move our entire engineering organization to adopt DevOps, which is terrific because you got everybody on the same page. For larger organizations, it tended to come in isolated areas or for isolated applications. But it's also true that cloud initiatives were part of digital transformation and continue to be part of that. And then if you go down into even more detail, of course, how you build and deliver those applications, whether you call it a service architecture or a microservice architecture, is able to take advantage of great new changes and technologies. Things like containers, of course, make our lives easier and make things more portable in a lot of cases, or leveraging serverless technologies. This is awesome stuff. And, it's kind of fun to geek out on it and understand what it means. But one of those implications is also a challenge. So while it's fun to have great new toys that make life easier in some ways, there's also a lot of complexity that came along with this. And that complexity meant that we had to adapt. And for some organizations, if you're in this transformation, say, of adopting DevOps, there were really foundational things that you needed to do and you had to pay attention to. And for many of y'all, you've probably seen this before. You may have seen CAMs or CALMs as that foundation. So culture being the first letter of it, and also the foundation you can see in the picture, is most important. It's like if you just jump to automation, in some ways you were just going back to Agile because that was about efficiency, right? And if you didn't have that culture to support it, your automation wasn't going to mean the same thing because sharing wasn't going to exist and maybe you didn't have the right measurements, and, it may not have been lean enough. Of course, this wasn't the only thing. There's also other concepts like the 3 ways. So this is about feedback loops, and not just the old version where you created an app and you gave it to ops, and the feedback loop was a month later or a quarter later. Really, we wanted to narrow these things down so that it was near instantaneous, right? That's the goodness of the model, is to actually get that quick feedback so that we can respond quickly. And then ensuring that we had lean IT. So we took ideas from lean management that, went back to lean manufacturing, if you remember that. So all sorts of goodness that comes into this. So it's not just about tools. It's really about organizations and how organizations changed and molded themselves and then changed their practices to establish this new normal. So the common expectations that we have today are much different than, kind of depends on your organizations, but even 3, 4, 5 years ago, and certainly from 10 years ago, it was dramatically different. But today we've got a terrific focus, which is a great thing, on customer experience, making sure that throughout their journey with us for whatever product or solution we're providing, we've got customers engaged and we're providing them value. So not only is it smooth, but it's valuable to them. So that's probably an important distinction too. But at the same time, we also need velocity. So we can't just build something and then sit on it for years, or months, or even weeks. It's like, because competitively, the world is changing. And of course, we're also getting more connected, even more so all the time. And then because of the growth potential that we have, we need scalability. And we'd love it to be truly elastic. For most organizations, it doesn't really work that way. You scale up and usually you don't scale back down. But the idea is important, that we want it to be flexible. And the same thing is true of deploying these updates, whether you use something like feature flags so that you can get that early deployment to make sure that it's stable and working, or even potentially pull it back, right? And as opposed to releasing changes and then rolling back changes from actually updating executables and things. Feature flags give you that, greater flexibility, but it's not for everybody, right? It means that you've got to make some significant changes to the way that you're building and deploying those applications. And then, by the way, we also need to make sure all this is secure, no matter where you are in the world, and ensure that privacy and security and trust are maintained in all cases. So that new normal is actually a lot of complexity, right? It's a lot to deal with. And so we have to continue to adapt what we're doing. We can't necessarily throw away everything from yesterday and completely start over. We have to create great transitions in here. And when things go wrong, while we're, trying to juggle, all these different balls or spin all these different plates, however you want to think about it, we also have to respond faster to issues. And the goal being is, like, we know issues are going to come up, whether you think about error budgets or SLAs and SLOs and so forth. And an issue is going to occur. Ultimately, if we can identify it and resolve it before it impacts the customer, that's goodness, right? That's terrific. But it's not always that easy in reality. And so part of this transition was the move from what people called traditional monitoring. And a lot of times it was architecture based, and maybe there's applications and kind of macro level components, but it wasn't great visibility into the environments. And so observability comes along and says, here's how you make sense of this new, much more complex environment. And in particular, there's these notions of metrics, logs, and traces, which allow us to, have the high level, but also drill down and understand, the impacts at a low level, which is great. It's terrific because we need to make better sense of the complex architectures. Although at the same time, my guy on the screen here who's in deep thought, I'm not sure if he has a headache or he's just thinking, but he's got more data, right? There's more information to think about and try to make sense of. And in some cases, it's really information overload, right? At some level, there can be too much. And so we have to make sense of it. And so while observability is a great change for us, it's not really the focus. That's actually just part of the path to the outcome that we really want to drive. And so while, all those details are terrific, the outcome is really something different. The outcome is restoration of service in general. But if you think about breaking it down, break it down into 3 items. So the first item we touched on, it's like how fast can we determine that something's wrong, and hopefully before the client tells us about it. So that's important. And then complex architecture, it's non-trivial, right? So, simple, gross things are easy to find, but subtle things before they're impacting the customer become more challenging. And then once I know something's wrong, understanding the impact to the client, what's the impact to the service that I'm actually providing, whether that's detailed in the architecture, it's like a small bit inside of the architecture, or, is this really, where the person buys a product from my website. It's important to understand that, because that's also going to imply how fast I can triage this issue. What kind of information can I get to it? And then can anyone on my team actually repeat this? So it has to be information that I can gather quickly, but also in an easily accessible manner. Because ultimately, I want to restore that service, right? It's understanding the root cause, providing a fix. Sometimes that fix is temporary. Sometimes it's actually more permanent. But in either case, restoring the service so users and customers can continue on their journey is really the goal on that, right? That's the ultimate thing that we're trying to do better and faster. At the tail end of all this, more features, more functionality, greater scalability, and so forth. So I say all that to tell you where we're headed next, right? So here's, which is no surprise, because this is really all incremental. Like, we keep building on top of what we learned yesterday and the day before. So my point here is we've been talking about customer experience for a long time. We need to shift that a little bit into what I would call customer value. So it's not just how fast does the screen refresh or the web page refresh or the app respond to what I'm doing, but what's the value that it's bringing to the customer? So understanding their journey and their processes becomes really important. And the alerts and metrics allow us to see those impacts, but we have to align them with the services or business services or the security aspects of the solution and service that we're delivering, we're providing, relate it back to value so that you understand how best to prioritize those things. And then the traces and logs. And then I'd also throw in there change, what changed in the environment in the last minute, in the last hour, in the last day, all that visibility, not just what's happening right now, but also what changed. Like, that's dramatically useful when issues and problems come up. And then, of course, we have to adapt, because the application we built a month ago, a year ago, continues to change. And so we also have to continue to change the way we respond and automate more of that. So all those triage steps that we do all the time, that's, it's back to the rule of 3. If you do it 3 times, you should automate it. Let's build that into how we respond to incidents. So more automation, the same automation we've done in the CI/CD pipeline, for years now, we need to bring that to our incident response. And then automated remediation is leaning into those notions from the SRE model, right? That Google's had, again, for years. But how many of us have really leaned into that to say, let's truly begin to automate those responses and make more of this predictable for ourselves so that we can actually deliver that great experience and bring more value to the customer, but also to our own organizations. And then we also have to think beyond just the technical fix. And in my experience, security is the best example of this. If there's a breach in security or a security event, it's not just a technical fix. You know what? Turns out the attorneys are involved and our marketing team is involved. And there's multiple other teams within the organization that we need to engage as quickly as possible, because oftentimes there may be regulatory requirements or compliance that we have to provide, as well as customer commitments related to any sort of security event. And so the sooner that we provide that awareness, the greater value we're providing to our own organization and eventually to our customers at the same time. So again, I think this is all, a natural evolution. I think that this may not be the exact science of it, but if you think about observability, and if you've heard of value stream management or value stream mapping, understanding where value is in the life cycle for customers, making sure that what we're doing with observability and how we manage the response to incidents and how we automate those responses relates exactly to this notion of value stream management, because we have to understand that severity, the impact, so that we can appropriately prioritize how we resolve these issues and the amount of attention we give to them, not only from a technical level, but also from a business level. So that's where this is unavoidably headed. It may have been obvious to some of you and not so obvious that it's more automation, it's more customer focused, but it's value aligned for sure in what we do. And that's for internal as well as external organizations. So I appreciate your attention today and sharing with us. Feel free to ask any questions, and we'd love to engage with you further. Thanks.
Looking for a live conference focused on the tools, technologies, and practices most important to your business? Innotech conferences are live one-day business and technology conferences highlighting the latest in trends for IT leaders, developers, and IT professionals. Each event combines education, innovation, peer-to-peer networking, and the latest technology and business solutions for a diverse IT-focused audience. Innotech conferences occur throughout the year in strategic regional locations, bringing together technology professionals from various industries to learn about the solutions, practices, and tools impacting their day-to-day work and gain insight into what's to come. Presenters at Innotech conferences are selected and curated to ensure each session provides the most up-to-date and relevant information without any hype. Whether you're interested in digital transformation, cybersecurity, cloud, IT leadership, or DevOps, Innotech conferences deliver. 2022 events are scheduled to be held in Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Houston, and Washington, D.C. Innotech conferences are produced by Techstrong Live and powered by Techstrong Group.
Hello, my name is Rob Hirschfeld, and we're going to talk about infrastructure as code, or completely automating your system so the robots can take over. And this all started with a Twitter war that I had about what is infrastructure as code. And the answer came back very simply as it's YAML. And so from that context, my presentation is over and you can stop. But some of you might be interested in a little bit more nuanced definition of infrastructure as code. And we're going to dive into that because it really is an important thing to understand, right? IAC, infrastructure as code, promises completely automated infrastructure. And the vendors are making it look super easy and nice. But the reality is that it's a really hard, complex challenge with a lot of moving parts. And so it's important to understand what's going on. RackN has infrastructure as code buried deep in our product. We don't think of ourselves as an infrastructure as code vendor. And this presentation is about our story of using infrastructure as code to solve data center automation problems. And it's core to what we do. And it's been essential for us to build something so that automation was portable, site to site, customer to customer, hardware type to hardware type, and not snowflaked out. And that's really what infrastructure as code is about. A lot of people approach it as a development question. So from the infrastructure as code development stack down, they start at the app and they move down and they assume infrastructure does a lot of lift for them. What RackN has done and why we have a really unique perspective about this that I'm going to share is that we really start from the infrastructure and work our way up. And so we drive upwards towards platform as a service. For us, that means digital rebar. A lot of people know Terraform. It's an incredibly popular infrastructure as code platform. And I'm going to compare and contrast them a little bit as I talk through what it takes to build real infrastructure as code solutions. So what we see is that there are 6 really pieces. The first one is YAML, and that's where you would expect to start. It's sort of where the Twitter war started, and it's way too easy of an answer. You also need some type of dynamic infrastructure, a cloud, an infrastructure, a service like VMware, Kubernetes, something dynamic that actually provides resources for you. From there, you also need to have a desired state engine. So you have to be able to have some type of way to say, this is what I want to achieve. Now you've described it, you have infrastructure. That aspect is very important, right? Kubernetes does this really well, sort of the defining piece of Kubernetes. Digital Rebar does it. Terraform, when you create a plan, does it. That's the concept here. And critically, you need to be able to deploy from source control. A lot of people, when they think of infrastructure as code, they think about GitOps, Docker files, things like that. That is very much a part of it, but it's not the only part of it. You also have to have composable automation. And we'll explain why it's important to have modular building blocks and not just see this as I wrote a bash script or I have a linear set of code and I just make things go. That isn't accomplishing what we think of as code and development and reusability and modules. And then finally, you need a CI/CD pipeline. So all of these things stack together in a very coherent way. And you can't do one without doing the other from an infrastructure as code perspective. They all become part of this hierarchy of needs to build infrastructure as code. If you look at Terraform, Terraform has been doing a lot of work in this space. They have a lot of these pieces. They don't do dynamic infrastructure. That's what you bring. They're actually designed to program dynamic infrastructure. And lately, they've been adding some desired state capabilities in their TF Cloud, the enterprise or team versions, which I don't consider Terraform. I consider that a add-on product. It's a new thing, using Terraform as the flagship and the brand, which I think makes sense for HashiCorp. And then, that builds you into a Terraform piece. I'm going to be focusing on what I know best, which is Digital Rebar, where we've built a lot of these pieces up from an infrastructure perspective. So how we actually build and provision and automate. And then when we get to dynamic infrastructure, we program Metal and run Metal automation. And then we use Terraform and Ansible and tools like that to provide interfaces into the other infrastructure automation pieces. And that's exactly the way you want to do it. Part of infrastructure as code is modular. You don't want to reinvent things that are already working. So is infrastructure as code the right term then, with all these bits and pieces and things that have to come together? It really isn't. It's the term we're using for this broad thing, but it's not a complete term. You might think software-defined infrastructure, SDX, or software-defined data center might make a lot more sense. But those have really been co-opted for infrastructure as a service. What we're really talking about is this concept of a continuously integrated data center, right? That CI/CD component at the top trickles all the way down and influences how you build things at the foundation. And so we believe that a continuously integrated data center is the right concept to pull together all of these infrastructure as code ideas and build out. So what I want to do is walk you through how we think of building a continuously integrated data center. And this is presented with RackN's thinking in part. This is what we know best. It's how we've built this. And it's part of our story. So I hope this makes sense to you. And you can take from this very generic lessons, because that's how we're going to talk about it and I'm going to present it. So what we're going to do is really simply break down each one of those layers of the pyramid and give you concrete examples of things that we've had to do that accomplished infrastructure as code for us as we built up towards this whole stack. And the first one is programmatic configuration. For us, that meant Golang templates. You could use any number of different ways to accomplish this. But it meant that our configurations weren't just, here is a list of things that we know about the system, but we actually could pull data in and state in from other parts. And this, to me, is absolutely critical. If you're just saving, here's an inventory list of everything I have in my system, that's static. It's going to fall apart. It's hard to build modular pieces around it. And so when we look at programmatic configuration, it's very important that each piece of configuration can pull in data from the broader system around it, or from automation that comes before it, something that we've been calling automation chaining as a very important concept and is sort of core to the continuously integrated data center. In this example, you can see we actually have ability to have built-in variables. We have conditional logic, we have simple substitution and ways to build that component together. The next thing that we have that's really important is this dynamic infrastructure idea. And dynamic infrastructure implies state. Somebody is building infrastructure, you ask for it, you get it back, you modify it, changes state. That's a really important component for this. And what we've done in the way we look at this is you have to have that state system. That state system has to have a distributed agent framework so that you can pull in information from other places. We call that machines and agents. And we've been extending this concept with some really interesting ideas of agents that can move about in your environment, super fun type of stuff, because you have to have an actor. Right, so the actor acts, the state is reflected, and then you have other ways to consume that state. So through a UX, which is really nice for humans, but a CLI and an API make it incredibly accessible. And that's the core of what the platform does. To us, if you're looking at a continuously integrated data center and you don't have a good story about state, then you're really going to be siloed. And that does not create an end-to-end automated system. From there, and this is exactly what this is describing. So operational systems downstream need to hook into it. Different clients need to be used, right? You should be able to address your infrastructure in many different ways, which is exactly what clouds give you. And that's an important part of how clouds actually provide value, is by having that consistent, accessible API. Just something you want in your data center, in the cloud, on the edge, wherever you're building infrastructure. Consistent, accessible APIs are absolutely essential. From there, we can start building things that start driving us into our target goals, our desired state. So the goal here is not to be able to programmatically build it. You do want to programmatically build up a system, but you don't want to have to ask over and over and over for that. You want something to do it for you. And this is what desired state is about. So instead of saying, I want you to add a disk, I want you to add a name, I want you to, all those tasks as individuals, you want to say, build me a system that looks like this. And the system needs to figure it out. Kubernetes is a great example of that. You provide a YAML file that has your system configuration, and it does all the dragging containers and wiring them together and starting them. That's desired state goal. So if you write a Terraform plan, that plan, when it's processed, gives you a final infrastructure state. Digital Rebar does the exact same thing. You ask for a target state, what we would call a workflow, and then the system coordinates, it builds a list of operations it needs to get done, and then coordinates those tasks to get done. Desired state is really important to make all this stuff happen. And this looks like a lot is going on because a lot is going on. Desired state is not simple. It's not just a bash file that I run and then makes things happen. It actually includes creating data, consuming data, updating other systems as you go. And so when you think about achieving a desired state, you're actually building that state as you go, informing it, using things that you've discovered about that to then inform future steps. There's a lot of discovery in the process of building a desired state system, because a lot of decisions don't get made until you actually begin the process of building that target state. So once you have this idea that I can have all the systems achieving the state I want, the next thing I need to be able to do is do this in a composable way. And that's absolutely critical in how everything works together. Because as infrastructure as code implies, it's not just that I've written it down or configured it and stored it in Git, all those are important, but it's actually that I can reuse components, right? Most of the things that people do in infrastructure, especially in our world, aren't unique or specialized. They don't create value for your company by being a better BIOS installer. And yet in the industry, we haven't been able to make that modular and composable. So the goal of infrastructure as code is that you can reuse the pieces and parts that you have. So for example, as you go through the process, you might have things that set up a disk and inventory the system and update the BIOS and install Weasel as the VMware NetBoot installer and then configure the networking. All of those things are standard components. They're not unique business to business. Sometimes the sequences or the configuration details are, but not the modules. And so it's very important when you look at infrastructure as code, you do it in a way that allows you to reuse each of those pieces and parts so that individuals aren't making those decisions, but standard libraries are, just like you would be doing with code. And then that allows you to then take that and break your content and your catalog into meaningful parts. You might have completely standard operational process that brings up your infrastructure and then specialized content that configures it into a specific operational pattern or use. So the more you can do this, the more faster benefits that you're going to get out of that automation, because you're going to be doing less and less custom automation, more and more standard automation. It's exactly like programming. And infrastructure as code should feel a little bit or a lot like programming, right? Infrastructure as code. So from there, we start getting into something that's really important, which is being able to deploy from source. So I have standard content, I have standard content packs, and they're modular. That means I can start getting composable parts from source code infrastructure and deploying it on an ongoing basis. It's exactly what we propose. It's what it's part of the discipline of using our product that we find really helps people accelerate their operational experience the most. And this is something in your IAC journey you really need to make sure that you understand from the very beginning. These composable parts actually get bundled into units. Those units become what we call content packs. Those content packs are immutable when they're in the system. So if you need to change them, you actually go through a full change control process. And then they're versioned and stamped, and we know exactly what is installed in every site because it's created from these immutable components. And we've been very careful in the code to make sure that those content packs are immutable and reliable. So those go into a catalog. That catalog then becomes available. And so this is a classic continuously integrated data center scenario where you have dev environments working a process, testing a process, publishing that content, and then making it available for wider dissemination into production, multiple customers, multiple sites. This creates robust and resilient DevOps processes. And then from there, you can hook all of that into a pipeline. Pipeline is really important because what we really want to be able to do is have consistent, repeatable results that happen quickly in very small increments. And that's exactly the type of operational work going on here. As a matter of fact, what we've done in our last version is we fully enabled a pooling capability so that you can treat machines as elastic resources even when they're in hybrid or multi-cloud scenarios. And that means that your CI pipeline can say, I need to run a test against a cluster or a batch of machines. It can request those machines, take those actions, and then release those machines in a very cloud-like way. That's important because your CI pipeline needs fresh reset environments, which is really a core component of how we look at infrastructure as code in general. Wow. That's a lot of information, and I've been moving very quickly through it. So let me recap briefly on what we're talking about. What we're looking at here is a stack of technologies that fit together, which is really a stack of disciplines and components working from a programmatic configuration, or YAML, up through dynamic infrastructure and being able to set and reset, train and retrain on this infrastructure, right? Repetition is a critical component of being able to make sure that you've built good automation. If you're not confident that your automation can be reset and restarted, then it really isn't automation, right? It's a helpful script, and I don't consider that to be the same thing. You have to have a desired state engine so that you're not trying to incrementally describe your system, but you can give it the final state. You need to be able to deploy from source code so that any of that work does not involve humans making decisions along the way, but actually verified articles, something we call immutability, and a very important concept. I talk a whole hour, I have talked whole hours on just immutability as a concept. And you can't just do this as a big block of spaghetti code. It needs to be modular so that you can look at small pieces and do work in small units, and that allows you to put all of it into a continuously integrated data center. So how do we get there? This is a whole nother talk, and I want to just give you a little bit of sense on it, right? We've been very technical about how all these bits and pieces fit together, but it's not just about the technology. There's organizational components and thoughts that you have to do as you design good infrastructure as code environments, right? You have to think about the operations and the platform. This is that continuously repeatable component that I was talking about, where you need to know that when you push the button to rebuild your environment, that it's going to work and it's going to do what you expect it to do. So those are very important components here. And the technology has to work in a systems way. What we're talking about here is not, Terraform, get me a machine and then use Ansible to then connect to the machine and then another tool and another tool and another tool. Those tools, we still use them, but you have to look at them as connected and integrated together. And when all that works, you have to know that it's happening. So think about how this grid works. Think about how you're chaining your automation together and how you're building a real system. This is a good foundation to start your infrastructure as code practice. Thank you. I hope this presentation was helpful. If you're interested in more, please check out RackN and Digital Rebar and how we've approached infrastructure as code. Even if the tool isn't the right one for you, our strategies and our thought processes behind building resilient, reliable automation at scale is exactly the type of thing that might help guide you on your own infrastructure as code journey. Thank you.
All right, that wraps up today's Techstrong TV broadcast. As always, I hope you enjoyed today's conversations and presentations as much as I enjoyed bringing them to you. I'll be back tomorrow with a brand new broadcast. Quick reminder, though, but next week we have our first live in-person conference coming up. It is the InnoTech event. It's a one-day IT technology conference covering security, cloud native, all things basically related to IT. This is happening in Austin, and you can check out what we've got lined up for you over at techstrongevents.com. We also have on that site a listing of all the other events that we have planned throughout the year, both in person and virtual. So please do check out what we've got planned for you. Until then, I'll be back tomorrow with a brand new broadcast. So until then, I hope everybody has a great day, and please, whatever you do, stay safe. Hey everybody, happy Tuesday and welcome to another Techstrong TV broadcast. Today is Tuesday, April 19th. I am Charlene O'Hanlon and I have an amazing lineup on today's show to bring to you. We get things kicked off with a conversation between Alan and Aaron Reinhardt, who is a co-founder and CTO of Verica, and Tony De La Fuente, who is the head of Prowler over at Verica. They discuss the acquisition of Prowler by Verica. Prowler is an open source tool for AWS cloud security. It's one of the best known out there. And as a result of the acquisition, Verica is launching a new enterprise-grade edition of Prowler called Prowler Pro. So Alan and Aaron and Tony all have a conversation about it, what it means for Verica, what it means for Prowler as well. Good stuff. After that, we have the Haunted Hacker podcast. This is a really fascinating continuation of a really fascinating conversation that Mike Jones, the host, has with Richard Thiem, who is a legend in the cybersecurity space. He is, he's a former priest. He became a commenter on technology and culture, and he's founder of the consulting firm ThemeWorks. So they have a very, very spirited conversation, if you will, about cybersecurity and so much more. And as I said, this is the continuation of a conversation that started yesterday. It's a two-part, so today's part 2. All right, after that, we have 2 something old segments, and they are both from the recent Predict 2022 virtual event. The first one features Victor Gamov, who is a principal developer advocate over at Kong, and his presentation is titled Top API and Digital Transformation Trends for 2022. So he talks about 12 key developments that the company and the market is beginning to see in the world of digital transformation, APIs, and the cloud, and how developers can be ready and companies can be ready for them. That's a really, really interesting one. The second one is by Alice Kopp-Rivnikar, who is the senior sales engineer over at Chronosphere. And Alice's presentation is titled Leveraging Observability for Competitive Edge. So this is, Chronosphere is an observability platform. So Alice introduces us to Chronosphere and how organizations can use it to control the rampant data growth and cloud native complexity that is occurring these days. It's a very, very interesting presentation as well. After that, I'm back with the news headlines, and then I have a great conversation with Susan St. Clair, who is the Director of Product Management over at WhiteSource, and she and I discuss some key findings from a recent WhiteSource NPM report, the NPM threat report, I should say, and we also talk about some of the current security threats to open source software, as well as what steps organizations can take to mitigate these security risks. It's a great conversation. I really enjoyed speaking with Susan. After that, I have another conversation. This one is with Avi Shua, who is the CEO and co-founder over at Orca Security. Avi has been on Techstrong TV before. This time, we discuss some of the results of the Orca Security 2022 Cloud Security Alert Fatigue Report, which is the industry's first research report on public cloud security alert fatigue. Lots of really fascinating findings in this report, and if you are working with cloud security and open source, definitely want to check out this presentation or this conversation that I have with him. After that, I have the webinars preview, and then we close things out with a view with Vizard. In this one, Mike Vizard speaks with Ronak Raman, who is a developer relations manager over at Quali, and they talk about developer burnout and why minimizing developer burnout has become a key performance indicator for DevOps teams, especially relevant in today's new way of working. It's a great conversation, and it's a great topic, too. All right, that's it for today's lineup. It's a good one, folks. I hope you can stick around for the entirety, and we are going to get things kicked off right after these commercial messages.
Looking for a live conference focused on the tools, technologies, and practices most important to your business? Innotech conferences are live one-day business and technology conferences highlighting the latest in trends for IT leaders, developers, and IT professionals. Each event combines education, innovation, peer-to-peer networking, and the latest technology and business solutions for a diverse IT-focused audience. Innotech conferences occur throughout the year in strategic regional locations, bringing together technology professionals from various industries to learn about the solutions, practices, and tools impacting their day-to-day work and gain insight into what's to come. Presenters at Innotech conferences are selected and curated to ensure each session provides the most up-to-date and relevant information without any hype. Whether you're interested in digital transformation, cybersecurity, cloud, IT leadership, or DevOps, Innotech conferences deliver. 2022 events are scheduled to be held in Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Houston, and Washington, D.C. Inotech conferences are produced by Techstrong Live and powered by Techstrong Group.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Kicking things off on today's Techstrong TV broadcast, we have a conversation between Alan and Aaron Reinhardt, who is the co-founder and CTO at Verica, and Tony De La Fuente, who is the head of Prowler at Verica. Verica recently acquired Prowler, which is an open source tool for AWS cloud security. It's one of the most widely known tools out there for AWS cloud security. And as part of the acquisition, Verica is launching a new enterprise-grade edition of Prowler called Prowler Pro. So it's a great conversation about what this means for Prowler, what this means for Verica, and what this means for the industry at large. So let's go ahead and roll it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, welcome to another Techstrong TV interview. We've got some breaking news to go over with you today. I am joined by my friend Aaron Reinhardt from Verica. And good afternoon, good morning, Aaron, how are you? And joining Aaron and I is, I hope I don't mess this up, but Tony De La Fuente. Close?
Yes, very good, well said.
Okay, hey Tony, welcome.
Thank you.
So, Tony, since you're the new guy on the show today, why don't you give people a little bit about you and your company?
Sure, thank you. Thanks for having us here today. So, well, I have around 23 years of experience in this industry, most of the time doing cybersecurity. I've done many different things in the open source security space as well, with different projects. In the last years, I started an open source project called Prowler, where I started developing in 2016, more or less. It has become more and more popular in the last years. Actually, well, I have worked for AWS as well, for Amazon as a consultant and as a security engineer as well. And recently I joined Verica. And now we are building a product on top of Prowler. And of course, keeping Prowler open source, investing in Prowler, and trying to fill the gap between the Prowler open source and what we want to bring to customers. That's pretty
excellent. Aaron, Tony gave us a whole story here already, but I'm going to let you give a little background. First of all, look, Verica is a company and a group very familiar to our audience. We try to cover Verica's news as much as we can. But for those who maybe aren't familiar with Verica, Aaron, why don't you give them a little background and maybe a little bit, I don't know, most of our people I think are probably familiar with you as well, but give them a little about you as well.
Are you trying to say people are tired of hearing from me, Alan? No,
I would never say that.
First of all, it's great to see you as always. Thank you very much for having us on the show. Really appreciate it. I know Tony and I appreciate it. A little bit of background about me. I'm the CTO and co-founder here at Verica. I co-founded Verica with Casey Rosenthal, the creator of Chaos Engineering at Netflix. He wrote this book, this O'Reilly book. Where he's known as being the creator of Chaos Engineering, I'm known as being the creator of Security Chaos Engineering. And we have evolved here at Verica. We've evolved a practice that we're sort of the foundational creators of chaos engineering. We've evolved the practice to be something we call continuous verification, which the Prowler open source and Prowler commercial, Prowler Pro products fit nicely into. We believe, so Verica provides a platform for proactively uncovering system weaknesses and security flaws before they impact business outcomes. And as part of that, we believe in building a series and suite of tools to help people understand their systems better from an availability and security perspective before they cause pain, right? And so that's sort of a proactive discipline, proactive product, series of products. A couple of things that Tony didn't mention. Tony is super humble. Tony is one of the top people in the world with AWS security, but Prowler, this is recent news, also the open source project. We're here to announce the Prowler Pro, coming to the world. But Prowler is now one of the top 10 AWS in general open source security tools. It is the number one security tool, open source security tool for AWS, surpassing Security Monkey from Netflix and Cloud Custodian, formerly of Capital One. So it's a good times right now.
Absolutely. Very, very well known. And then, look, Tony talked about it, Aaron. You've kind of beaten around the bush. But the big news I wanted to get through to our audience today is that Prowler, well, the Prowler open source tool will remain an open source tool, but it's now under the not the governance, management, if you will, oversight by Verica, right? And Prowler Pro, which is built on Prowler, will be part of the Verica product line, right? So for all intents and purposes, as these things go, Verica has acquired Prowler, maybe the IP, if you will, and copyrights. When we get to open source, this gets to be a very, it's a very kind of delicate way of talking about it, because really, who owns open source, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I can clarify.
Yeah, but I've been in open source for 25, 30 years. The fact of the matter is, as my friend Ron Guler always says, open source, it's free as in beer and free as in freedom. And free as in freedom talks about code, right? And the source code and your ability to fork and modify, again, given parameters of making changes back to the community. And then free as in cost, which is a different, money thing. But that being said, what a great pickup for Verica. What a nice addition to the portfolio. And that's really what this talks about. Now, I'm going to assume, Tony, that you're now working with Verica full time. Yeah?
Exactly.
And are there any other people from the Prowler project that are coming on board full time with Verica?
Yeah, exactly. So since October, when I joined Verica, we have grown the team. And we are now 4 full-time engineers working for Prowler and the Prowler product, Prowler Pro. And actually, since then, we have released 3 new versions of Prowler open source and releasing another one tomorrow, or this week. And so the investment of Verica in Prowler open source and the product is very important, because it allows us to grow the product faster, to make also the open source product way better, with more comprehensive, with more fixes, and also with more new features. At the end of the day, Prowler open source is core. It's a big, important part of the Prowler Pro product. So it's a win-win in both sides. And of course, we are keeping all the open part of Prowler, because the community is so important. So think that Prowler has almost 500,000 downloads and thousands of downloads per day. Mm-hmm. So we have a huge community that they use Prowler broadly and improve Prowler. So we want to take advantage of that, in addition to help companies that they want to use Prowler also with enterprise support, with better experience in general in terms of usage.
Excellent. Hey, Aaron, Tony's obviously in the middle of the trees in the forest of Prowler, but I'm going to ask you, as maybe someone who has more of a forest view, explain to our audience what exactly Prowler does, and then what will Prowler Pro offer over and above what Prowler open source does?
Yeah, great question, Alan. First of all, we're not only investing in Prowler, the community, and trying to provide more dedication and attention to it. Tony's a pretty great investment as a human being. He's great to work with. I value him as a partner, and I think we're doing great things together as a team. And I think we're bringing something to the market that that is really needed. Prowler you can almost say, if you're using AWS, you're probably using Prowler if you care about security. It does. The open source tool out of the box does more than most of the commercial tools do you can buy. So what we provided, so Verica, like I said before, provides this a suite of products in our continuous verification sort of suite that helps proactively identify security flaws, system weaknesses, and that's kind of where chaos engineering is more. Chaos engineering is one tool set within there. Sort of there's a continuous assessment and audit of configuration, and that's really where Prowler fits in. Prowler is our first big step into really delivering a huge amount of value from a security perspective in AWS. What we've done is that we've not only the improvements that we've made in the commercial product, things like, taking the time it takes to run. Really, I'm not the best person to explain it. Tony did the work. Tony knows his customer base really well. He knows the value we provide. But really, we're just is additional features and functionalities and capabilities above and beyond what the open source tool provides. And Tony, do you want to talk about the hard work you've been doing and trying to answer the pain that people have been having that use Prowler?
Sure. So basically what Prowler does is to tell you what you are doing wrong in your cloud. Basically, this is how I will explain to my mom, more or less. But if you go in detail with Prowler, you get you can scan your account or multiple AWS accounts across all the regions and multiple AWS services as well to find what you have right or wrongly configured. And you can do all that stuff with Prowler using the command line. So what we have done in Prowler Pro is, on top of that we, let's call it scanner, like to scan your accounts, we have added automation, so you can deploy everything without having to waste time on figuring out how to do the continuous monitoring. So you can do that automatically with Prowler Pro. If you have multiple accounts or just one single account, is very easy to set up because it does everything for you. And of course, with enterprise support. But the main difference between Prowler Pro and other products that you can find out there is that you own everything when you use Prowler Pro. And when I say everything, is that the data is yours because it's in your own bucket, it's in your own databases. It's not like a SaaS product where you have to trust third parties. With Prowler Pro, you only have to trust what you have in your account because it's going to be deployed in your accounts. Actually, it is available through the AWS Marketplace.
Understood. Very cool. Aaron, look, as you mentioned, this is a big move into an area that Verica always wanted to play in, right? But let's be clear, it's not in the chaos engineering sweet spot that you and Casey, right, are kind of, founders in, right? This is in, more of the continuous monitoring vulnerability, which is, look, it's a huge space, right? It's more, if I may use the term, meat and potatoes security, right?
Yeah.
From that.
Yes. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, no, that's a great question, Alan. Like I said, we've kind of evolved the practice to be, so continuous verification includes the chaos engineering kind of sort of experimentation on proactively discovering system weaknesses and flaws from an availability and security perspective. But there's also other tools that kind of fit in that continuous verification envelope. There's things like feature flagging, there's auto canaries, there's tools like Prowler that continuously assess and audit. Make sure so Prowler does more than, so some of the things that maybe Tony can expand on later is sort of, Prowler assesses against almost every security compliance framework out there. So when you buy a product you want to be able to sort of holistically kind of assess, not just experiment on the system to try to find the unknown unknowns. You also want to have a product that can find the things you need to cover, right? And so that's kind of really where Prowler kind of fits in. The Prowler Pro product fits in, is it helps people proactively ensure that the systems are your AWS environments are as secure as you think they are. And we also have other products in the Verica. Excuse me, I'm a little under the weather. I'm trying to keep it together. Okay. We have other products in the Verica suite of products for Kubernetes and Kafka that also provide AWS functionality, but they do it specifically for those platforms. But this is like you said, it's meat and potato security. But when you buy a product, you kind of want to holistically have an understanding of, okay, does the system do what I want to do, both from a known attributes and also from trying to discover what you think what you didn't know, or sort of the unknown unknowns per se.
Yep, fair enough. Hey guys, we're coming up on the end of time here, but for people who want to get more information about Prowler, Prowler Pro, the whole Verica suite, well, obviously it's Verica.io, right, Aaron? I believe it was IO. Yes, and that's Verica.io. For Prowler, is it like a GitHub, or where do people go to find out on Prowler?
It's very easy to find Prowler. If you look for Prowler AWS or Prowler AWS Security, you find it. But also you can find everything about Prowler Pro in Prowler.pro.
Prowler.pro, that's easy. And then I would imagine, Aaron, the Verica site will be linking into that as well.
Yes, very much so. Yeah, yes, that's how.
Sure. And in the AWS Marketplace as well. Yeah.
Yep. Well, that's a good place to find it as well. All right. Hey, Aaron, congratulations to you and Casey and the whole Verica team. Tony, congratulations to you. You were good people there. And we'll be looking forward to see the continued growth of Prowler, where Prowler Pro comes, and how this all influences Verica as well. Hope to see you guys in Spain in May for Cloud Native KubeCon. But until then, gentlemen, be well.
Yes, sir.
This is Alan Schimmel. Thank you. Thanks, guys. This is Alan Schimmel for Techstrong TV. We'll be right back in a moment.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
All right, we're back. Next up, we've got the Haunted Hacker Podcast. This is a great one that host Mike Jones has with Richard Thiem. Richard Thiem is a former priest who became a commentator on technology and culture. He's also founder of a consulting firm called ThemeWorks, and he's very, very well known in the cybersecurity space. This is part 2 of a 2-part conversation that the two of them have about pretty much everything related to cybersecurity. It's a great conversation. I highly encourage you to check out part 1, which ran yesterday, and part 2, which is running right now. So let's go ahead and roll it.
Well, I was curious. So back when I was younger, I used to have a lot of deja vu, and it's gotten less and less. But I remember this incident when I was in 3rd grade. I think it went on for about 3 weeks. I would literally get home that night and then realize that I had already just started the day because I had already lived through the day. But it took me about 3 weeks before I realized that every day was just a repeat of the night before. I don't know if I was just dreaming it or what happened, but, I tried to tell my parents and they're like, and I was like, no, you don't understand. I think I'm in a dream, and then I wake up and I'm going to school and it's happening again. And I'm like, I don't know how to say other than deja vu what that is. And it happens on occasion. There's just this overwhelming sense of like dreamlike state when it happens. And I'm like, I've been here, I've done this. This has happened before, but it like by the I don't know, like I said, about 3 weeks in, I was starting to go like, what is going on? Like, how is it that I'm living every day beforehand? Plus it's school and I'm in 3rd grade. So who wants to do that every day? Like twice. So it was kind of getting annoying, but I was just curious, like, as far as like deja vu, what do you think of like things like that as far as the spiritual side of things? Because I was raised in the Deep South, so religion has always been forced upon me more than anything.
And a very different kind of religion.
Yes. And so I did a lot of studying of religions when I was in, in my teenage years as well. I had like an encyclopedia of all religions at that time, so I like read that and didn't make my parents very happy because I started questioning everything. So,
right.
But yeah, what do you feel about like, different types of spiritual, like deja vu and stuff? Like, do you consider that a type of like spiritual or?
Well, what you're describing, deja vu is a sense of having been here before. And I don't know if you're describing exactly how people use that in common parlance. You're describing what sounds like precognition. And you're describing in dream states, you were open, at the very obvious level, you're taking in so much more information than you know. And your unconscious is processing it. And sometimes your unconscious wants you to know things. I just posted a thing, I don't know if you saw it, on LinkedIn, a letter that I wrote to my kids about a big dream in a Jungian sense. And it was about what that dream revealed to me. And when I was writing Mobius, before I went to bed, I would sit there and think of where I had left off and where I needed to begin in the morning. And I always woke up ready to do it because the brain worked on it. So what I do is listen to people like yourself telling me what they experienced. And it was precognitive because in our dream states, time is a different animal than the way our conscious mind sorts time out, which is first a cultural assimilation and second of a beneficial illusion of as if things stream the way we have been taught by our society to build them into a cognitive structure. So I just hear you. And you weren't content to just take a black and white, Jesus loves you, don't even question anything else. Jesus would not put up with the bullshit that is coming down the line as religion. One of the hardest things about being in the ministry was trying to ask people to look at what Jesus did and what happened to him.
Yeah.
He wasn't chairman of the board. He was crucified, right? Well, why? Because he couldn't let go of the wholeness and integrity with which he advocated we all live our lives in a wholeness in relationship to the deeper structures of the universe. Well, that gets you in trouble with consensual reality, with society. And, you talk about the intelligence community. Well, I won't go there.
So organized religion is actually what turned me away from religion. It's not that I'm not spiritual and have faith. There's so many. And when you start researching, right, you start to see that there is a common thread, right? People want to be good, do well. It can be used for bad. Like, people in power can use that as an abuse technique as well. But overall, the core values of all religions are to, love one another, be good to your neighbors, do things that are not harmful to each other, right? Like the core values.
It is that basic. That
it is. It really is.
614 laws. They said, follow these. And then Jesus and some rabbis said, well, all you need 10 commandments, just need 10, not 614. And then that got broken down. Jesus and some rabbis said, well, all you really need is 2. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul and mind. Love your neighbor as yourself. And that breaks down to just 1. Do the loving thing. Well, that becomes situation ethics and people go crazy because they want to be given a beginner style black and white rule book on how do I behave under these conditions. And that's not the way the world presents itself to you. It fires itself at you at point blank range every morning. Do the loving thing. That's it.
I think about how I think how it would be so different had Constantine not taken certain books out of the Bible and had the Catholic Church acknowledge the Dead Sea Scrolls and some of those other facts that were there that we decided as a civilization to extract and exclude from the regular teachings.
Absolutely. The editor is the equivalent of the person who counts the votes, right? And Stalin said, I don't care who's voting. I want to count the votes. And I got through college, Northwestern, working with the Daily Machine in Chicago. And I was at Democratic headquarters and Kennedy was elected. And around 10 o'clock at night, I got very anxious. I'm a kid. I'm 16 years old. And I said, doesn't look so good. He's hundreds of thousands of votes behind. And this old Paul, he says to me, kid, is this your first one? And I said, yeah. He says, kid, don't worry. We got this. I said, but look at that. He says, kid, don't worry. And then all night long, the votes changed and changed and changed. Bottom line was they were waiting for the votes from downstate so they knew what they needed to create. And he won by a little bit, but it was enough. And it's like when somebody asked me in Australia, how could you reelect George Bush a second time? I said, in America, if you steal the election fair and square, you get to keep it.
That's right.
It's true until current.
Well, that's where they say, history is written by the winners, right? So right. They get to choose. They get to choose. And yeah, another thing that I learned actually during being methodized, when I was a teenager, I had to go through, the courses and stuff. They, one of the most interesting facts, which is kind of hilarious because it also made me question them, is that the Old Testament versus the New Testament in Christianity, they pointed out, which I was kind of actually happy that they did. They had started to accept the Big Bang Theory and some science into, Christianity at that time. But they, the Old Testament had an old, angry God. Well, times were old. And in those times were tough. So, of course, the God came down as wrathful and vengeful. And then as things kind of eased up and got a little bit better, Jesus became a little bit nicer, and then we have Jesus, and everything's nicer and lovely.
It's evolved.
It has. It definitely has evolved and a huge part of religion. You have to look at that culture, right? How is their culture evolved over time and stuff?
Well, yeah, the God of the Old Testament. I mean, I say, why is there not any anti-Jebusitism or anti-parasitism, but there's anti-Semitism? Well, because they're Jews. Well, what happened to the other guys? The Jews killed them. Look over and they say, we want that pasture. And God would say to them through a prophet, go get it. They were Putin on camels. It's just, it's just the Old Testament is full of blood and thunder. And Mark Twain wrote a wonderful book about a guy who went to his pastor. He said, I think I want to become a Christian. He says, well, read the Bible and then imitate God. So he read the Bible and then he shot his neighbor and he said, and he went on and he told the pastor what he'd done. And he said, why'd you do that? He said, well, I read the Bible and I was imitating God. And he said, well, yeah, how's the weather been up where you are? But what I wanted to say was, what both of you have said is when you begin to awaken as an individual to other ways of seeing things, and for hackers, that's just a common story. I loved what I found online. I just threw myself into it. I intuitively followed the wires and the non-wires. I followed the symbols, really the symbolic representation of how information and energy moves in its digital reconstruction. And then other people didn't understand. You need someone to help. And so one of the reasons I became an Anglican is I did have profound experiences, but I realized if I wasn't going to go crazy with this stuff, I needed mentoring. I needed a structure that didn't dismiss what I'd experienced, all the lights and shadows and all this symbolic innuendo that I was studying to filter into my consciousness, but I needed people to help me manage it. And then I was very, very fortunate to have two mentors, one the dean of the seminary, one the first bishop, who were the best mentors one could dream. And I came to the conclusion that in order for any organization or individual to function well, you need at least three things. Mutuality, you need others. You need feedback. And the more information moves, the more feedback loops you need. And that's why systems of information have gotten so complex, because there's so many sensors, so much information, and AI is showing us not only am I going to do things that you don't know how to do, I'm not going to tell you how I do it, but it's going to work. So are you with me or not? Well, the answer from society is, yeah, we don't know where else to go. Sure, we're with you. Show us a drug that kills that kind of bacteria, even if we had no idea such a drug existed, because you've looked at 500,000 possibilities of chemical combination and you found one that killed that bacteria, just let us patent it. That's the only deal. Was you're an AI, you can't patent it, you can't make money, you're not real. Well, I am real. Well, yeah, but not in that way. So we need mutuality, feedback, and we need accountability. And this is where the values come in that we're talking about. It doesn't have to come from an organized religion, but you have to have accountability for a vision, for some kind of ethos, some kind of bottom line. And that's where leadership comes in. Leadership of any organized structure has to impose their understanding of an ethos on the organization, on the system, or else it's not going to be there.
So my thoughts on AI are a little different. I think my thoughts on AI is that I don't think we can obtain true AI until we understand exactly what consciousness is. And without that level of, I guess, knowledge or insight into what really makes something conscious, I think it'd be hard to replicate that consciousness into artificial intelligence.
I think you're probably right, sure. But I don't think we need to know what consciousness is for AI to do some of the remarkable things it's currently doing.
Right.
I don't know if you read the piece the other day about how many, it's dual use. Everything we're talking about is dual use. You asked about technology and shoot 'em ups, and that's where the ethos and accountability comes in. It can be used for good, it can be used for evil. But that was the same with words. That was this, lies and truth were Siamese twins joined at the lips. As soon as somebody could speak, they could lie. And we know chimpanzees deceive one another. Oh, there's banana. And you walk past, the story. Chimpanzee walks with the troop past it, and then he circles around behind, gets the banana. They engage in deception operations. That's just always been with us. So we do need to have some criteria for doing things that work. And as I said before, they should work on behalf of win-win. Otherwise, you really are going to get a Putin and a Ukraine. But on the other hand, one of my children said, Dad, was it any different when we went into Iraq? I just don't remember that we had nightly news showing us the horrific villages we destroyed, the people we killed, the bodies strewn about. In fact, if somebody revealed what we did, like a drone going wild, killing lots of civilians by mistake, what they did is put Chelsea Manning, it was Chelsea then, right?
Yeah.
Put Manning into prison and tortured him. They put him in solitary confinement, which is torture. We listed among the tortures we use. And that, the novel I wrote, Mobius, it was doing torture that impacted him so traumatically that he couldn't give his assent to what they were doing. And that was drawn on the people I've talked to years ago, before it had been outed, before rendition was a word everyone understood. I was talking to people who tortured people, and I was talking to people who'd been tortured. And it was horrific. And it took a therapist to tell me, you're showing symptoms of secondary trauma. Wow. Take a break. And that kind of experience led to the talk I gave at DEF CON called Playing Through the Pain. It's been seen by a lot of people. And someone keeps pointing out, I sat there listening to people sobbing around. And I'm not kidding. DEF CON, imagine 1,000 geeks in a room and you hear sniffles and sobbing. Because I realized I had been listening for so many years to, in a ministerial way, what people told me the work did to them, the impact of it. And I wrote to a lot of colleagues and said, I want to address this. Can you share stories? Over 50 people, intelligence, security, military, corporate, sent stories, and built that talk and the next one called The Road to Resilience, in which I really urged people to take seriously the traumatic impact of just doing the work because of the nature of the work and what it exposed you to. So you want to be in Air Force AFOSI, you mind looking for weeks and weeks at child pornography so you become desensitized to it?
Yeah.
You can't handle that? All right, but do you get help for not being able to handle it? The work is daunting. And the fact is, when you work in intelligence and you work in the bowels of security, if you don't encounter those gray areas And if you don't confront, as friends of mine in the intelligence community call it, the face of evil, and the abyss stares into you. You have to have a spiritual structure for dealing with this because it's not going to go away.
Yeah, 100%.
And the digital world just raises it to a meta level because the speed with which things are happening, and above all, the abstraction, the level of abstraction. And it is an elite. I mean, there are a lot of people who pretend to be an elite, but there are elites who pretty much, you might include yourself as one, who have a clue, understand what it is that this stuff is and what it's about and how it can be manipulated for good or for evil. And so it's great that we can have a Zoom talk like this. It saved my life during COVID. But it's not great that Zoom can be so hackable.
Yes.
Et cetera, right?
Yeah, exactly. Working in intelligence, it definitely is a different type of environment, and they're different people. From the point where I entered into the military and got the SF-86, the background check, the clearance, and all that good stuff, to the point where I got out of the military after, the war in Afghanistan. It took me a good 15 years to go file for disability from the VA because it took me that long to take a look at everything I've been through and everything I'd seen and experienced and decided, am I okay with this? Is this something that I can go to bed at night and go, I did what I was supposed to do. So then I started looking at all the effects it had on me over the years and decided that, maybe I should get help for that. Maybe I should get disability. Maybe I should have them help me out where I sacrificed for them. But I think a lot of people go through that. I didn't necessarily have, missing limbs or anything like that. And that's part of the reason why I didn't go get, disability, because I felt bad. I didn't want to take away from those guys. But what I realized is that they have more than enough for everybody.
Absolutely.
And just having that exposure, even if you weren't in the middle of it, just having that exposure to that intelligence does things to you. It does things to your psyche.
It absolutely does. And at some point you lose, you tell yourself stories to make it, to ameliorate the impact. And at some point you lose your innocence and you realize you're knee deep in it or eye deep in hell. And you're part of it.
And even like Mike, your dad, in his background, my dad was in the military, went in several, Vietnam, Iraq and everything. Just even being a child of someone who's already experienced that, those side effects of how they react to things and how they process information and pass it down to us, right? So even the children are affected by that. So getting that help ahead of time to help people process, which is relatively new. Like my father, I think, had started to kind of like go towards the light of psychology and stuff for himself, towards the end. But at the same time, like it's good to get help ahead of time because you don't understand the everlasting effects. Like there are things that my father would not talk about. Men didn't cry. He was from the war. Like I never knew exactly what he did. He never talked about it. It was too traumatic, right? Yeah, so, right. And how does that pass down further down the line, right? So,
not only that, but talk about paranormal experiences in those situations. Yeah. Like you would be surprised, maybe not surprised, but shocked, I guess. The people that I had communication with that experienced like really horrible things on the battlefield and experience paranormal effects. And I'm not talking like, ghosts or demons. I'm talking about real paranormal effects where they felt like something's attached to them and they just can't get rid of it. And, they label it as PTSD, they label it as, whatever, but these guys had real paranormal experiences. I mean, things you can't quantify, things you can't describe or make sense of.
That's exactly right. You may not be able to articulate what it is, but it's real.
Yeah.
You've experienced it. And, going back to the UFO thing just briefly, that's one of the things people often report is that they have paranormal experiences, especially telepathic communication during the experience. And my head is now flooded with 44 years of stories that I've heard, and I want to do justice to that, but I don't want to leave what you just said, because we're kind of wrapping up pretty soon. And what you just said is the cornerstone of the whole thing. It's a system. It's why family therapy is needed, not individual therapy. Everybody in the system affects everybody else. Everybody has a role to play. And if the key person doesn't ameliorate the symptoms and their response to the symptoms, then it, from generation to generation, it goes from generation to generation. And that's why spirituality, as we've been talking about it in a deeper way, is a societal level operation for the whole human race. Once we recognize that we are all in it together, then we each can be responsible for doing what we need to do. And that goes all the way back to those courses I said I taught. I wanted people to know that they were putting out emotion all the time, whether they knew it or not. And therefore, the Christian paradigm was about having some kind of a structure of accountability so that you would be moving toward the direction of putting out what you wanted to put out. In other words, we talked about love is the bottom line. Well, if you think you're loving, but you're really not being loving at all, can you get the feedback so that you can make the changes? And here you are at the Serenity Prayer again. We can control almost nothing, but the little bit we can get our hands on is everything for us and in our lives. And for your dad, it was you. Because, even as you speak, there's a vibration of how you feel about all that, right? It didn't just all go away. Right.
So I think everybody's interconnected too. So you talk about the connection between people and giving off love. Well, I look at it as like a spiritual chain. So each person gives off a certain vibration, and those make the links in the chain. Well, if you have a weak link that isn't awake or hasn't woke up yet, that's where the disconnect, I think, is. And I think as a society, we're starting to wake up a little bit more piece by piece.
Well, I do think Dan Gear, Dan Gear, pretty bright guy. He sent me a passage the other day, but the gist of it was, there's this terrible stuff, but 98% of the human race, we're just good enough people trying to do the right thing, being generous. You see the swarming, like I used to say it was like white corpuscles racing to a wound when somebody was injured in the community. Everybody just mobilizes their best self to what can I do to help? Well, you can't operate that way all the time, but you can do it with intensity and meaning and purpose and intentionality in the moment of need. And most people do that. Most of us are not so bad. Right. But the context, as you say, can inflect us in the direction of doing things which are kind of bad, and then we have to deal with it. I guess it's been about an hour, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, Richard. I could go on forever with you, Richard. I could sit here for hours and just pick your brain to pieces, because there's so many questions I still have unanswered that I still want to talk to you about. So hopefully we can get a second episode at some point so I can pick your brain a little bit more.
Before you leave, hold on. I want to jump back for just a second, because you mentioned Hal, and I know who Hal is, but I have always forced myself after high school and being forced to read, to jump back to different periods in time and read literature, just so that my brain can comprehend the different time periods and get, all that good stuff. Right. Same with movies. So the last older movie that I watched was Paperman. So, and that one was, I want to say, I can't remember, 79, something like it. It's older, and it's about credit card fraud. It's amazing. It's the quality on YouTube was not, but my question for you is, could you give me 2 picks for an older movie and a piece of literature that you would suggest I could read?
Oh boy. Well, for literature, it's obvious. I mean, Mobius, a memoir, is the best thing you can read.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to be choosing. I have to plug it because nobody else is doing marketing, right? So I have to plug it when I can. But if you look at the reviews on Amazon, they're all real. I didn't make them up. Nobody made them up.
No bots.
The response was terrific to this book. And I get private messages from people in the intelligence community saying, you articulated on our behalf what we can't say. The complexity of the challenges. Even from a KGB illegal who was here for the KGB for 10 years before he was nailed by the FBI. And he said, Mobius is surreal and real. So
that on the list.
So for literature, it's very eclectic, the kinds of literature I read. I do love James Joyce, who I studied with Richard Ellman at Northwestern. So to me, Ulysses is really just a bracing tonic of reality, beautifully put. I just finished reading a whole bunch of Clifford Simak. He's just a Midwestern writer that I fell in love with as a science fiction writer. But again, years and years and years ago, I reread The Great Gatsby a lot because I think it's really a fine novel. Raymond Chandler I have to admit, I read everything he wrote multiple times. And I always go back to John Updike. And I'll tell you why I do that. When I didn't know if I should leave ministry, if I'd start writing again, I wanted so much to. I felt the inner impulse, but I thought, I don't know if I can do that. I started writing a short story that turned into one called More Than a Dream, really good story about alien contact. And I sent the not so good story, but it was a draft. I sent it to John Updike. I got his address in Massachusetts. I said, this is who I am. What do you think? Should I quit or should I? And I still have the letter he wrote back that said, this is right up there with the best that I've been reading. Don't quit. You never forget people like that. So when I read John Updike, I can see all the peccadillos of his varied and complex life. But when you love somebody, you forgive everything, right? Okay, so you did that. I still love you. And if you don't love somebody, then I'll the minor infraction. On movies, Chinatown. Blade Runner. The original. Blade Runner. The second one was pretty good, but Blade Runner, Body Heat. Update on noir that was beautifully done. This recent movie, Nightmare Alley, is beautifully done. It's dark, but noir is dark. And so I watch TCM. I watch a lot of old noir movies just to see how they do the tropes. But Chinatown, I still think is one of the best. I'm sorry, Roman Polanski, like 13-year-olds. Mileage varies, right? Right. But it's still a great movie. And those are the ones I've watched so many times. Body Hit, I can do. Even funny things like Groundhog Day. I can do the whole, and My Dinner with Andre. I thought was definitely one of the very, very best. Yeah, there's certain movies I just go back to and watch again and again. And the corollary to that, unfortunately, is we watch Saturday Night Live every Saturday night. We record it. It takes about 10 minutes to watch the whole program because it's usually, this is terrible. Go through it. This is terrible. Then you get to Weekend Update, watch it. Then, oh God, look at what they're doing now. And then they have singers on. And I confess, at our age, we don't get it. They sing kind of choking off everything, very, very soft. And what they're relying on is lighting and extraordinary peacock-like costumes. But they can't sing. A lot of them cannot carry a tune. And my wife and I were both old people. We say, what happened when we were asleep? So take what I advise with a grain of salt. At a certain point in life, you look back on the movies and books that were foundational for you. And you just keep returning to them. Mm-hmm. And they're building blocks of your psyche because they give you insight at a critical moment of your growth and development.
Yep. Mine, probably one of the two or three, got quite a few, but I keep going back to it. Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance by Robert Zierig, and the Tao and Day of Pooh, ironically.
I think mine is the Gnostic Bible.
What's that?
I think mine was the Gnostic Bible.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
There's some good stuff in there.
Yeah, really good stuff.
There I am.
That and the Book of Enoch.
Interesting. Shame we threw them out.
Yeah, right. So it was great having you on, Richard.
Great to talk to you both. I mean,
this has been epic.
Very energizing, and we'll do it again sometime. And maybe
I'll hope to see you at DEF CON this year. I've actually worn my DEF CON shirt. Last year was my first year, but I wore it for you. So
Thank you. Well, it's a community of faith. Believe it.
Absolutely. Well, I will definitely be in touch with you, and good luck with the next book. I'm gonna have to go back and read Mobius again. So I'm really excited about it. Just being able to talk to you.
All I can ask people to do is buy 10 copies, give them as gifts. Tell all your friends about it. Blah blah blah. It's terrible. I mean, you hate to be a self-marketer, right? You sound so absurd, but
I will help you with that.
My mother could do it.
I'll put it in the show notes. The link to the Amazon store so they can buy it. And it was a pleasure, and it was a complete honor to be able to talk to you and pick your brain for an hour.
You're one of the giants, and you are one of the giantesses. So
thanks, sir.
Great conversation. Awesome. Thanks so much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. See you guys later.
Yeah. Bye.
All right, next up, we've got two something old segments. Both of them are from the recent Predict 2022 virtual event. We got a lot of twos today. In the first one, Victor Gamov, who's the principal developer advocate over at Kong, has a presentation titled Top API and Digital Transformation Trends in 2022. Right after Victor's presentation, we have Alice Koprivnikar, who is the senior sales engineer from Chronosphere, and Ali's presentation is titled Leveraging Observability for Competitive Edge. It's a tongue twister there, folks. Both of them are really great, worth checking out. Let's go ahead and roll them now.
Hello and welcome to Top API and Digital Trends in the Digital Transformation Trends in 2022. I'm super excited to be here at Predict 2022. My name is Victor Gamov, and I work as a developer advocate at a company named Kong. Kong is a cloud connectivity company. So that's why my cloud predictions and digital transformation trends will be somehow related to some of the things that I do with developers, plus some of the things related to application connectivity and cloud. And the first thing that I want to talk about, this is something that probably many of you already seen in 2021. 2021 was very notorious on some of the cloud failures. Big cloud providers experienced hour-long or maybe couple hours-long outages in 2021. And it actually affected a lot of businesses. So many technology leaders, they realize that the multi-cloud strategy right now, it's not only nice to have. And we just simply cannot run a sustainable business that runs across a globe without knowing what's our backup strategy or maybe our hot strategy. So enterprises are choosing that they believe to be best cloud provider for each resource, they move to cloud. Or maybe it would be related to particular region or particular service that will be available in one cloud provider will not be available in another cloud provider. So we saw this coming in 2020, 2021, and I think this would be more visible in 2022. If we stay on the topic of clouds, previous decade, we noticed that many people, many organizations were moving to cloud. And while they were doing why they were in this journey of moving their stuff to the cloud, they also developed muscle that allowed them to apply the practices and techniques that they learned by running cloud providers and apply them back for certain workloads when they need to run this in private. So that's why we might see some of the more like a technical savvy companies, they will start moving back to some of the private cloud technologies, but using the things that they learn in cloud providers. Next is a very interesting thing that somehow appeared in end of 2020, maybe around to 2021, but rather than 2021 when the Apple released their M1 laptops to drive the revolution of would be very similar what the iPhone did for smartphones. So essentially, ARM, for some of you who don't know, that's another type of processors that might be driving some of the home automation on some people or some of the IoT devices. Raspberry Pi was very popular example of how the ARM processors came into in our regular lives. But what if we will use this not only in the consumer devices, but what if we will run some of the mission critical applications using ARM's processors? And one of the examples that we saw in 2021 was Honeycomb. It's a cloud observability company, and they shared their experience of migrating some of their mission critical event streaming platform from traditional x86 architecture to ARM architecture. And we will see this stuff more and more happening because cloud providers like Amazon, they started providing the instances based on the ARM processors that would be cheaper because they consume less electricity and they require less power and less maintenance, so they can sell them cheaper. Couple weeks ago, I saw the Oracle Cloud also provide the ARM machines with the small fee, so you can start playing around and start developing and moving your workloads to ARM instances. The COVID-19 and all these lockdowns that happened in 2019, 2020, 2021 made the enterprises to rethink how they will approach talent and how they will be hiring developers with some experience or little experience. And maybe at some point we should invest more on the tools that allow the developers catch up very quickly. And tools like low code or no code tools that allows to build applications and serverless and function as a service. Those things influence the way how the hiring start happening in the developer world. On the same sentiment, when we talking about the application development based on the Conway law, which is roughly says your information system structure will be mimic your organization structure. And if you want to build distributed teams or distributed systems, we will building more distributed teams. The composable business, it's essentially allows you to move your big monolithic thing into smaller pieces, into smaller services that can interact with each other, will be must-have. We were talking about digital transformation and a move from the legacy, the monolithic applications into microservice world prior years. I think we finally here where the microservices, the must is the only way how you can deploy these distributed systems using distributed technologies. And for that, you might need also tools available. And we'll talk about the tools in a few more seconds. So speaking about how is deploying this, we definitely see that Kubernetes is the platform where the people want to run their software. It's a platform for building platforms. If you are thinking to run a SaaS business, most likely you look into Kubernetes as a foundation for you to build your platform on top of it, distributed to execute and deploy distributed system to either private cloud or public cloud. And the tools that available should provide you like not only bare minimum. Like people don't want to roll on their monitoring systems. They don't want to roll their like API gateways and some of the tools that allow them to manage microservices and manage the APIs. So those tools are expected to be a part of the Kubernetes offering. So as we saw, the Kubernetes was developing or like different distribution of Kubernetes were developed similar how many Linux distributions were developed. We will see more management tools and more the tools that allows the developer to focus on the solving business tasks rather than rolling their own things. And with explosion of many Kubernetes businesses and the businesses that established on top of like some of the open source tools, there's some different providers providing different versions of the Kubernetes. And right now, as I said, everything looks exactly like a Linux distribution 20 years ago. In 2020, in 2022, we will see many decisions based on like what kind of platforms to run and all these kind of things will be very much outsourced to development teams to decide. And like modern enterprises will be able to enable their teams to choose the platform that they want to run. So requires better management, more tools, more companies that will provide better tools, and developer tooling will be absolutely different how we look on this in 2020. So developers are right now in a very nice place, in a very nice position about what kind of tools that would be given for them to operate these complex systems. Now, for many years, the three-layer architecture where you have a database, business logic, and some sort of like a presentation layer was dominant, a structure for developing applications. But with the introduction of microservices, where each service will have its own, like everything, it will have its own like a front end. Load balancers were still in the stage where they were with the three-layer architecture. They were putting in place to provide access to the system, regardless if they're using capabilities of the load balancer, like actual load balancer, or some additional features like maybe SSL termination or whatnot. So what we see, the load balancing, like old-fashioned load balancing proxy servers will go away, because essentially in many cases when the people use those, they don't actually need this. And with technologies like a service mesh that provides the container that will be sidecar proxy that sits next to your application, the load balancing will happen on the client side. So the application would be aware about the load balancing. And if we need to run multiple other instances, the tools like a service mesh will allow to route traffic accordingly. So we predict in 3-4 years, we'll see less and less traditional load balancers, and since migration to distributed architecture and distributed the microservices will continue. So zero load balancer, all the things. But in a sense, when we're saying, okay, so there would be no load balancing, there would be more tooling, again, based that allows you to control access. And one of the tools that we're really excited about, it's called Open Policy Agent. It's a standard open source policy agent that allows to automate the process of defining and codifying traffic policies. And it saves a lot of time for developers. You don't need to go and configure your IP tables manually or configure your routers manually. So all these things will be built in the tooling, like a service mesh. Moreover, you will be able to go in a higher level of your network communication, say on the OPA policy, understand HTTP requests, and based on certain requirements on the particular policies, we will be able to allow or restrict execution on certain HTTP calls, for example. Look forward for OPA for defining policies for your systems in the future. That's going to be awesome. And last but not least, I talk a lot about the distributed systems. I talk about distributed teams. I talk about collaboration. So the API Ops, it's a new movement where the developers and enterprises, they recognized that API developers could be more efficient if they could spend less time on some routine tasks like testing or securing their code. With the API Ops, they can help achieve this by standardizing and automating some of the code testing and securing things by running this through API management platforms. And you will be able to treat your API development and deployment similar way how you're treating the code delivery using GitOps approach with the API Ops tools and the things that we develop at Kong, and we're really proud of the tools that we provide our developers to develop, test, and deliver their APIs in these platforms. I want to say thanks my colleagues at Kong, Marco and Reza, and my friend Sergey Gorov with the input of their ideas for those predictions. And with this, my name is Viktor Gamov, and as always, have a nice day.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alesh Koprivnikar, and I'm a Senior Solutions Engineer at Chronosphere. And today I'm going to be talking about leveraging observability for a competitive edge using Chronosphere. So let me first say a few words about Chronosphere as a whole. As an organization, we have founders that have been part of Uber's observability team, and there they spent a couple of years working on the technology that Chronosphere is now based on. That's M3DB. From there, we have become pretty much a global company with 3 hubs in New York City, Seattle, and Vilnius. And over the past 2.5 years, we have raised about $250 million in 3 funding rounds. And with that, we are achieving our goal of reducing observability data volumes by up to 80% for our customers and giving them unprecedented views into their infrastructure and applications while supporting growth that they experience. Now, we have customers that are as large as 7 million plus data points per second being stored in the platform and queried by, in certain cases, hundreds of users and thousands or tens of thousands of alerts to make sure that we enable them to control what's going on in their environment. So some of the main benefits of Chronosphere are keeping cost and data volume under control, which in how things are run today, especially while using containerization, Kubernetes, and similar approaches to running applications infrastructure, is critical. We all understand that scaling applications up happens frequently, and an observability platform definitely needs to support that way of working. Well,
On the back of that, we are also open source compatible. So, for providing future-proof observability for our users and making it a lot easier to enable people who are using the platform, and to make sure that it's easier to find people with skills in the area. So we enable storing Prometheus and StatsD metrics for just for that purpose. Now, being built in the cloud native environment or as a product, one of our main imperatives is providing scalability, unprecedented scalability to our users, meaning that we can support their workloads and their environments, even while they grow with the platform. This is becoming especially important with kind of the global move of a lot of companies towards Kubernetes, which in turn causes a huge increase in metrics traffic or what you actually need to measure, and an increase in cardinality. And with all of that, right, easily tracking a lot of data and giving engineers unprecedented access to that data, it enables them to detect and remediate issues a lot faster, which is obviously critical for companies supporting workflows with end users, so you can detect things fast and remediate them. How it all works. Well, Chronosphere is a software as a service solution. So obviously, all the data first needs to be collected from environments on the customer side, that being Prometheus, StatsD, or anything like that. And the Chronosphere collector is actually the vessel for that. The data then gets pumped into the Chronosphere backend, where we have an aggregation layer that enables you to potentially filter, drop less valuable data, or aggregate data, downsample data for you to have to only store the things that are really critically important in a database that is then queryable by everyone at any point in time at a high level of performance. One of the examples of doing this is our user DoorDash. So they had challenges on their observability team by scaling their existing solution while using their current solution. Anyhow, by implementing Chronosphere, they were able to implement an open source approach for their observability or metrics data, and provide a high level of scalability and performance. And they now have also an ability to understand where their data is coming from, so on the read and write side of things, and spend less time worrying about their observability platform and solving situations that arise while running a product that is used by essentially millions of people out there every day. And now we also obviously want to show you the platform. So we're going to step into a quick demo. What I'm going to show you now is a quick use case of how a user of Chronosphere would go through the product to some of the key things that we see our users solving with the product. So first of all, when measuring things, what you usually want to do with them is either view them to understand them or alert on them. And in this case, we have an alert that's right now triggering into Slack, which does happen. We also have integrations into plethora of other products out there, or we simply enable you to call a webhook. Now in this case, we have an alert that says there's a metrics volume increase. Well, it's an interesting thing to alert on, right? Since we generally what you alert on is service times, memory usage, restarts, things like that. Well, obviously we can do that, but what we're trying to show you here is something that's actually difficult to do. So the platform itself enables you to cost account on the volume of data based on a label value, meaning you can cost account on a team, on a service, on a BU, so you can understand how much an application, service, or a team what their data production is and if it's growing and so on. Now, in this case, we see that a certain team actually had an increase in how much data they were producing, which is not necessarily a problem, but if, let's say, a team says, well, we need this many data points per second or this much volume of data stored, and then all of a sudden they go 5x or 10x, it is definitely something that, if we're the team running the observability platform, we probably want to keep an eye on that. Why is that important? Well, maybe they scaled up, and that's perfectly fine, and we need to figure out ways to store this data. Maybe there's something went wrong and they essentially exploded their cardinality or something like that. And that is something that in most other platforms you could incur charges and so on. Now, Chronosphere is a little bit different, right? We want to give you control over this data and help you understand when that happens, give you levers that you can pull to kind of keep things in line. Now, to do that, from this alert, right, we're going to jump into a usage dashboard. So this usage dashboard is going to show me at any point in time how much data is coming into the platform, how much data are we storing, and then what kind of volume of data is coming in on a per team basis, right? If we look at our team C that triggered the alert before, we see that they had a couple of increases in data over the last couple of hours, honestly. So this is definitely something that is not expected, right? And we obviously want to understand. Now, looking at these dashboards, maybe one kind of side point to make. If you're familiar with dashboarding products out there, you'll see that this is Grafana essentially, right? So we do enable you to import community build Grafana dashboards for Grafana dashboards you already have in your current environment, and also your alerting that is Prometheus compatible and so on. So it makes it very easy to kind of get into the Chronosphere product. Now, moving back from this, right? If this team that we're looking at here has increases in data and so on, how do we understand what that data is? Well, to do that, if you kind of think back to our aggregation layer or control plane, we actually enable you to look at the data live as it's coming into the platform. To do that, we have a part of a product called the profiler. So why is that interesting? Well, the profiler is actually going to show you how many data points of each metric, of each dimension of the metric is actually coming in. And now here, if I say, well, can you just show me the data that's coming in from team C? So I can understand how many metrics are they sending in, what kind of cardinality is does each of the labels of this metrics have, so I can rapidly understand if a team had an explosion of volume, where is that actually coming from? Is this coming from an increase in scale for the number of instances that they're running, if we are in a containerized world, or is this maybe them just putting some sort of value in the label that has a high level of cardinality and that's exploding the data volume? Now, with this understanding, we can then take further steps to have even more control of what's happening with this data. If this is a mistake, we obviously want to kind of take a step back, right, and not ingest all this data and store all this data. So we can go back to the team and say, hey, can you roll back the version of software you deployed or something like that? But with Chronosphere, right, we can actually, because that might take some time, but with Chronosphere, we actually have ways of controlling that in the product itself. So to do that, what I can do is we have something called drop rules that we apply on our control plane. Essentially, if a certain metric coming from our team C for service foo is, for instance, exploding, we can actually drop that data on ingest and not store it, and therefore not pay for it, since something's wrong with it. And we can do that in 30 seconds here versus going back and redeploying the software. Now, obviously, if this would be a situation where the team is creating some sort of new data set that needs to be kept, but maybe does not need such a high level of resolution, well, we then have another layer, it's called aggregation rules, that where we can actually say, well, for this data point that's coming in, remove cardinality from it, but keep the data, sum it up or average it out so that we are not losing visibility. We're only reducing the data volume, which becomes critically important, right? Once you have a situation where your environment scales up tremendously and you need to keep the visibility, but not break the proverbial bank. Okay. Now, for something, for a comparison of how those aggregation rules actually look in practice, right? Let me give you an example. If you have a fairly large environment, let's say 10,000 of pods, and one of the things that is interesting on a per pod basis is, for instance, CPU, right? But if we, for each pod, store a bunch of other dimensions, querying that over a long period of time can be extremely difficult or extremely expensive or slow. And with the aggregation tier, what we enable you to do is to remove cardinality from the data. And on the left-hand side, we have an aggregated CPU metric where that data was essentially sampled down. And we see that to look at the CPU over 4 different teams, we are only querying 18,000 different metrics. While if we query these raw metrics, that number is significantly higher, like 6 times higher. Now, doing this over 12 hours with the aggregated metrics is actually relatively fast. It's like 6 seconds. With the raw metrics, that actually takes a lot more time. Like in this case, 15 seconds, and we're only doing 12 hours. Now, these comparisons become really interesting if you do day by day or maybe even week over week. Doing something like that on large environments without aggregation is extremely difficult, if not impossible. So this is just a few different examples of how Chronosphere can, address certain challenges that people in this space hit. And we'd love to show you more if obviously there's interest on your end. Thank you very much. So this was a brief demo of Chronosphere. If you are interested in the platform, would love to know more. Here's a few ways to get in touch with us. And thank you very much for your time. And I believe we take questions at the end of this. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Happy Tuesday. This is Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with the headlines. First up on DevOps.com is an article about how DevSecOps teams can level up their skills. DevSecOps introduces a more intentional culture wherein security by design principles are baked into the software development process early on. The aim is to have security-enabled development not stall and slow down the software delivery lifecycle. So years later, how is DevSecOps doing? Has it achieved this ideal? Well, unfortunately, no. Most large companies still have real problems with application security, and software dependency providence is constantly in question. Log4j and Spring4Shell are perfect examples. So how should DevSecOps teams respond to the seemingly endless barrage of new vulnerabilities and attacks? This article offers 6 general ways teams can increase their security posture. And speaking of DevSecOps, we have an article about the rising demand for DevSecOps talent. The global DevSecOps market is anticipated to register a compound annual growth rate of 32.2% over the next few years, and revenue is projected to grow to $23.42 billion US in 2028. That is up from $2.55 billion in 2020. No wonder the number of job postings for DevSecOps is rising. Those who are already well-versed in DevOps and who have a security background will have an advantage over others in this field when looking to get hired. However, it is not just about the tools and technologies. There's a lot more to DevSecOps than that. It is also about culture and new ways of working. It's about automating the security process and making security a part of the continuous delivery pipeline. This article delves into what is inspiring top business leaders to invest in DevSecOps and how acquiring these skills will help DevOps and software engineers in their career. We also look at ways in which organizations can nurture a developer-centric culture. Built on the foundation of engineering culture and dedicated to empowering engineers, the DevOps culture is intertwined with the concept of continuous delivery and gives developers the responsibility and ability to deploy their products end to end. This means developers can move fast and work independently. While DevOps usually refers to the operational aspects of a software development lifecycle, it can be beneficial to take it a step further. In a truly developer-centric culture, the engineer is involved in the entire life cycle of software, from inception and product and QA all the way to operating it in production. However, to thrive, this culture needs an entire organization's support. Being involved does not necessarily mean being fully responsible. Product managers are responsible for the product, but it's essential that the engineers are involved in the product definition. This goes for all aspects of the product development lifecycle, where engineers need to be involved in everything. There are effective ways leadership can support a developer-centric culture. The more this culture is embraced, the more successful a company's and the industry's engineers will be. This article offers up a number of ways organizations can effectively support DevOps and build and sustain a developer-centric culture. All right, over on Container Journal, we have an article that offers 5 best practices for cloud-native permissions. Cloud-native and microservices-based products are complex, and so is building access control and managing permissions for these products. And it's only getting worse with each pull request. Most developers end up building authorization or access control for their products multiple times, forced to refactor with each new customer, product, or security demand. This article looks at the unique challenges that building cloud-native permissions poses and covers the 5 best practices for building them that can save developers a lot of hassle. With complexity on the rise and a constant stream of customer and security demands, building a product's access control in a way that will be ready for the future and won't require heavy refactors or rewrites is critical. Creating a separate microservice for authorization, designing it to be event-driven, providing controls and interfaces to various stakeholders and customers, and using GitOps allows developers to create a product that is as future-proof as possible and prevents them from having to rebuild the authorization layer over and over and over again, no matter the requirements. On Security Boulevard is an article that takes a look at the role of GitOps in application security. GitOps is a set of practices for managing infrastructure and application deployment using Git version control systems. GitOps uses a Git repository as a single source of truth for declarative configuration of both infrastructure and applications. In a GitOps development process, Git repositories contain the entire system state, so teams can easily view and audit changes to system state. Built on the developer experience, GitOps empowers teams to manage their infrastructure using the same tools and processes they use when coding. It supports a wide variety of tools, allowing teams to leverage their existing CI/CD toolchain. GitOps enables organizations to improve their overall cloud security posture. It helps DevOps teams to meet audit requirements, shift security left, achieve faster response times, and improve customer confidence. This article dives deep into the benefits of GitOps as it relates to application security. With GitOps, it is instantly clear who modified a cluster and why, and what security concerns exist in the current deployment. GitOps can prevent breaches through a separation of concerns between CI and CD processes. If and when breaches do happen, it enables rapid rollback to a previous secure state, or roll forward to a new patched version of Kubernetes applications. And finally, we have an article about establishing a root of trust in embedded Linux and IoT. With IoT, 5G, and embedded devices becoming a larger part of everyone's daily lives, security, and more important, trust in our technology is on everyone's minds. Embedded devices don't have a good security track record. The last several years saw a significant number of high-profile hacks that could prevent people from widely accepting IoT into their homes. The proliferation of hacks and the threat to basic infrastructure resulted in a move toward regulating the security of critical software. Specifically, Executive Order 14082 in the United States drew up a list of security practices, including the inclusion of a software bill of materials with every application run by the U.S. federal government. The National Institute of Standards and Technology is also creating reference architectures and templates for application security as a result of the executive order. Regulation is coming to software security that will likely impact every company that produces code or sells products running on code. When it comes to securing the software supply chain on embedded devices, regulation and SBOMs are only a small part of the story. From a developer and operator point of view, the more important issue is knowing what you are running and deploying to are from trusted sources and whether the attack surface is minimized. Most importantly, in the event of a malware breach, you also must mitigate, isolate, and prevent any further damage to your network. This article offers up some steps organizations should consider to better secure and create trust with IoT devices and embedded Linux. Good stuff. All right, that's it for today's headlines. That was a long one today. Please check back with me on Thursday when I will have a new batch of headlines for you. Until then, I hope everybody has a great day, and please, whatever you do, stay safe.
CISO Talk. To hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond. CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and Media Ops CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and Techstrong TV.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Susan St. Clair, who is the Director of Product Management over at WhiteSource. Susan, thank you so much for taking a couple minutes and chatting with me today. Do appreciate it.
Definitely my pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Very great. Well, I know WhiteSource. We know WhiteSource very well here at Techstrong and Techstrong TV and DevOps.com and all of the sites. You guys are really, really heavily into open source security. And obviously that is a very, very much a hot button topic these days. We've heard so many things regarding open source security and mitigating threat vulnerabilities in open source software. And one of the things that I wanted to discuss with you today are some of the findings from the WhiteSource NPM threat report and how that kind of fits into the whole conversation. And then maybe we can talk a little bit about what organizations can do to better protect their open source software and mitigate some of the security risks that exist today. So first, let's talk about the NPM threat report. Can you kind of give me an overview of what you guys took a look at and some of the findings?
Yeah, sure. No, absolutely. I think this is, at least for me as a, I don't want to use the word practitioner because I think there are definitely people more qualified to use that terminology. But, as somebody in the industry who's been in the industry, a couple of years at this point, I think it is truly interesting to look at the report. The report really looked at the NPM registry. So as you and our listeners probably already are aware, JavaScript is a hugely popular language that's used in a lot of websites. And NPM is one of the most common place to get JavaScript libraries, open source. So we basically took a look at that particular registry, monitored it for about 6 months. And, And when we were monitoring it, we were looking for not vulnerable libraries, because I mean that's kind of like, oh, been there, done that, old news, in the open source security world. But we really wanted to take a look at it from a supply chain, kind of malicious supply chain point of view. So we took a look at it over the last 6 months, and then said like, okay, over that, like how many of them are actively malicious versus just vulnerable. So, and within that sample size, what are they doing, right? Are they stealing data? Are they just watching, waiting for their opportunity? Are they doing this? Are they doing that? So some very interesting, I think, data points came out of that monitoring exercise that we did earlier in the year.
So can you share some of those results? Because it sounds like there's some juicy stuff in there.
Yeah, no, for sure. So first off, I knew that NPM was very, very popular, very, very common. I don't know that I realized quite how popular it was. I think that was kind of the first interesting bit. Around 32,000 libraries on average uploaded to NPM, right? Insane.
That's a lot.
And then, so we looked at that, and then, for the time that we were monitoring it, roughly 1,300 malicious, not vulnerable, but we are actively going after something with these open source libraries, were detected.
13,000.
1,300.
1,300. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God.
It's still a lot, but
that is a lot, but that's a little more manageable. But were these, so these were malicious in nature. So this was not a mistake. These were actively, filled with bad code or something that was, some sort of virus or ransomware or something that was going to basically mess somebody up. So
exactly.
So what were these malicious packages? What did they contain? I mean,
yeah. So again, I think when we kind of spec'd it out and, what are they doing? What's the targets? I know there's been some studies over in Europe, most of the supply chain attacks have been really focused on, data stealing, right? For use elsewhere. And, that was some of the similar sort of trends that we saw out of our exercise as well. So, roughly, the 15%, 14%, we're looking to actually steal credentials, right? So they can have access to other environments. But most of them, the bulk of them were just monitoring. So again, we know from other open source kind of exploits or whether it's a open supply chain attack or something else, that the behavior of a lot of these malicious actors, they kind of get into your environment and then they hang out and then they just kind of watch and gather and until they kind of take it to the next. So they could be in your environment for potentially years, right, before they actually act upon that data. So kind of scary.
That is scary. And so if the majority of them are right now just actively monitoring, is there another step that they have to take then to go beyond monitoring and to actually doing damage, whether it's stealing data or installing a ransomware or some other type of malware? Because it seems to me that monitoring is one thing, but doing something is a completely different action.
Sure. So then the focus of that or the purpose of that monitoring, right? It's like reconnaissance, right? So what can I get? So again, depending on the malicious actor, you're right. They would take it to the next step. So we're going to install something, ransomware, some sort of Trojan, right? That will take down your critical assets, or we're going to suck that user data, that customer data maybe, and we're going to sell it out on the dark web or something like that. So this is just really kind of the first stage of I think a multi-pronged, malicious exercise over time.
And do you guys have any indication of how long these malicious packages have been in the NPM? I guess it's a repository, or do you have any idea? I mean, are they relatively recent, or have they kind of been sitting around for a little while? And bad luck to those who actually pick it up.
Right. So most of the ones, again, I think it's a pretty active community. So typically these malicious libraries don't hang around a long time. But one of the things that WaySource does as part of just who we are is that, certainly we were monitoring and we're like, oh, what's up there and how many are we seeing? But, we believe in being part of the open source community. So we're also reporting, these malicious actors, these malicious libraries up to NPM themselves, right? So the maintainers of that registry, we work with them and others in the industry to get them off, right? Okay. So they're not a danger to the larger community.
So is this the first time you guys have done this NPM threat report, or is this an annual thing for you?
Yeah, that's a good question. It is the first time that we've done this. And I think part of it, again, is that certainly open source has been a big part of applications, for a long time, but it continues to grow. There's also the continuing prevalence of open source supply chain attacks that we've seen kind of over the last, say, couple of years. So it is the first time. I have high hopes that we will continue to do this because I think this provides a lot of insight and value.
Yeah, I would agree because I mean we've heard from a couple different companies about monitoring other repos such as Git repos and things of that nature. NPM less so. So I think you guys are really doing a great service to the community and the open source community, and specific to to make sure that the code that is available in these NPM registries are safe for organizations to use. And I'm curious, and I don't know if you have any indication one way or the other. Do you see this as an increase in the number of kind of bad NPM, I guess malicious code in the NPM registries? I mean, have you seen an increase, or is it something that has remained steady over the last couple of years?
Yeah. So I think just generally speaking, not just NPM, although obviously that was the focus of the report and whatnot, but generally speaking, I think we've seen an uptick in this type of behavior. Certainly NPM, I think, is a target because of the nature of the registry. Like we talked, or what we were saying just a second ago about it being hugely popular, right? The increase of open source in applications, like all these kind of factors kind of leading in. But this type of activity where, again, these libraries aren't just vulnerable, somebody made a mistake, this and that, but they're like actively trying to attack you. I think this trend has been increasing, and I think it will continue to increase because there's been some very high profile sort of mainstream media attention to these sort of things. So they know that it works, right? Why would they stop?
And do you have a sense of who's actually doing this these days? I mean, are these kind of just for-profit hackers, or are we actually talking about nation-state attacks or something altogether different?
Yeah, again, I think some of the other studies they're coming out. Again, there was one by EINSA. I'm not sure how you pronounce that, earlier in the year, that really kind of looked at supply chain attacks. And again, it is kind of a wide spectrum. Certainly you kind of see the individuals, maybe, see what they can do. Yeah. But it has, like, again, there are nation states actively participating in this, certainly criminal organizations. Again, it's working. Why would they not? So right. Again, maybe the same sort of behavior that we're seeing in other sort of malicious attacks elsewhere within application security.
It's, unfortunately, that's kind of like, God, I hate to say it, but it's like a car accident. I mean, you don't really want to know what's going on, but you kind of can't look away sometimes. Yeah. And open source security seems to be the gift that keeps on giving when it comes to cybersecurity threats. And and it's always fascinating to hear the different ways that hackers are actually exploiting the code through either taking advantage of vulnerabilities or actually inserting malware in the code. They've they've gotten so much smarter and more thoughtful in how they approach this. What do you think? What do you think we can do? We meaning organizations. What do you think that we're able? How can we keep up? Because it seems like it's never ending.
Right. And, I kind of feel like, well, can we do? Like I go to my, gym and I go to my doctor. So the holidays were a little rough. What can I do? It's the same sort of thing. Eat, sleep, maybe think beverage choices. So I think with open source with security in general, it's a similar sort of thing. So first you have to, you have to have a thoughtful approach. So I can't just grab like open source, libraries willy-nilly from the wild west internet, look into having some sort of like internal registry where this is my safe version, my good version, whatever you want to call it. So start to implement those processes. Certainly, I think what we're seeing in terms of the industry, White Source has a solution for this is that, again, here we'll help you. We're scanning, again, like part of this report, we're scanning NPM, we're seeing these libraries, we know who they are. So let us help you automatically block them and like stop them from even coming into your organization. So look for ways that you can automatically do things. So rather than just say, do what I tell you, and don't worry about releasing that application on time and you're not sure what to do, actually giving tools to the organizations to help automate things, detect, block, report, all those good things. So I do think the industry has come a long way with regards to that, rather than just saying, do what I say. But certainly, there's work to be done as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that so much attention has been paid to it over the last, especially 2 years or so.
Yeah,
we've learned a lot when it comes to cybersecurity and kind of what not to do. So I think organizations are a lot more aware of the issues that exist, and part two of that is actually doing something about it. So I think a lot of organizations are kind of at part two right now, and we've got a long way to go for sure. But it's good to know that there is that heightened level of awareness all around, and certainly threat reports such as the NPM report that you guys did certainly can hurt. They can help improve the awareness profile even higher. So thank you very much for doing that. If folks want to take a look at that NPM threat report, is that freely available on the White Source website?
It is. Download, take a look. Again, it's not too heavy reading. It's not 20 pages or anything, but it's definitely got some good stuff in there.
All right. Great. Well, Susan, thank you so much for walking me through it and discussing open source security, NPM registries, and cybersecurity in general. It's always, like I said before, it seems to be the gift that keeps on giving. So I do appreciate your time and your expertise, and hopefully we'll have you back on another Techstrong TV interview to talk to you about some other open source security issues.
Right. No, it's been great. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more Techstrong TV coming up, so stay tuned.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Avi Shua, who is the CEO and co-founder of Orca Security, and certainly no stranger to Techstrong TV. Avi, thank you so much for joining me today. Really do appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Great. So, Avi, I want to talk to you a little bit about Orca Security's recent Cloud Security Alert Fatigue Report, which is a mouthful, just the title alone, but it's certainly a topic that I'm sure a lot of organizations are grappling with as they adopt multi-cloud environments and just so many things happening in the cloud these days. So can you kind of walk me through, first of all, what you guys wanted to accomplish with the Cloud Security Alert Fatigue Report and how you guys came about actually even just the idea of having the report in general?
So I'm a big believer that one of the main issues that we have in security is that we have great tools, but due to the fact that they are many times more correct than smart, they are not being utilized. And they are sharing too many items, showing too many alerts, and at the end of the day, organizations are breached because it can't be humanly manageable. And we wanted to grasp the size of the problem and whether it's our belief or organizations see it the same. And we got some really interesting results out of that. Besides, I'd say the more obvious ones that we see that the vast majority of the organization having hundreds, if not thousands of new alerts per day, and more than half believe that they miss critical alerts due to that. We also see that many people say that they believe the tools are accurate. More than 95% of the organization believe that the tools are accurate, while almost half believe that 40% of the alerts are false positive. So I think we got some very interesting results in it.
It sounds really interesting, and it's. I feel like I'm having kind of flashbacks to the older days of when folks had to go on pager duty and be on alert for networking and application outages or service outages, and the number of alerts that came up just from that. And so they went through alert fatigue with that as well. So now it's kind of seems like it's all kind of shifting up to the cloud. So is this the first year that you guys have done this cloud security alert fatigue report?
Yes, it's the first one, and we plan to continue that.
Okay, great. So tell us a little bit about you've given us kind of a hint at some of the survey results, but what were some of the results that really surprised you?
The one result that actually surprised me is that there's two inputs that are essentially contradicting. And I think that only by digging very deep, you understand that they are not really contradicting. So we saw 43% of the respondents says that more than 40% of the alerts are false positive. This is a huge amount. Yet 95%, virtually everyone says they are confident or very confident in the accuracy of the security tools. So how can it live together? How comes that 40% believe that 40% are false positive, yet the vast majority of them believe that the tools are very accurate?
Well, so did you figure it out? I mean, have you guys come up with a solution there or a reason why it is this way?
So yes, in fact, what I believe the main reason for that, after having some discussion, is the fact that technically, when people say false positive, they mean two different things. One thing is the tool is not doing the job that it was designed to do. It's telling you you have this vulnerability and you don't have this vulnerability. You have this misconfiguration, you don't have. And definitely there are false positive, but this is not the most common issue. The most common issue is that it's technically correct, but you don't care because it doesn't have any business impact to you. And some people call it false positive, although you may assume that technically it's not a false positive, but from the business point of view, it's a false positive because yes, you're vulnerable, but there's no access to that. There's a misconfiguration, but there's nothing in the service, so you don't care. And I think that this is the main difference that we see. The tools are mostly technically right. They're giving vulnerabilities, they're giving you misconfiguration, they're giving you identity issues, etc. But the vast majority of these items have absolutely no business impact. And therefore, you end up with thousands of critical alerts, among them probably one or two that you really needed to handle.
So it sounds like there's not enough intelligence behind these alerts or the applications that are triggering these alerts, because if there was, then maybe they could kind of prioritize the alerts that come through and say, well, this is a severe priority. This really needs to be taken care of before this kind of minor priority alert. So is that part of the issue here? Is we just don't have enough intelligence behind these alerts to actively understand where the threats are, or where the priority needs to be?
So I believe that intelligence is a right word, but I'll use something more accurate. I believe the main problem is context.
Okay.
Context and the fact that we use siloed tools. And let me give a concrete example.
Sure.
Let's say that you buy the world's best vulnerability management tool, and you give you a list of 1,000 vulnerabilities, and you prioritize them from the most severe vulnerability to the least severe one. You do the same for misconfiguration, the same for identity, the same for data. Then you start enumerating, and you try to use tons of intelligence coming from external feeds, community, etc., which vulnerabilities are the most important. This will fail. And the reason it will fail is because this doesn't take into consideration your organization. For example, this might be let me use an analogy. If I'll go to technology, it's like someone coming to your office and telling you, I found the worst security risk in the organization. It's the lock, which is very easy to pick. And based on our intelligence, this is the lock that is most commonly used lock and most commonly picked locked. And then you go and you see that it's a lock to a cleaning supply cabinet, that there is nothing valuable inside and sits inside a secured perimeter. So technically, yes, this is the most easy to pick lock in your organization, but you couldn't care less business-wise. There's nothing valuable and no one can access that. And this is the mistake that we do when we take this siloed approach. We go for tools that find a lot of locks, but they don't see where they are in the organization. And as long as we use siloed approach, the practitioners will need to connect them. I'm a big believer that this is the main reason, that we are simply not looking at it in context. Your risk is a combination of exposure, how easy to pick the lock, and what's behind it. And only when you look at it recursively, you can actually see which attack paths are interesting and which are just best practices that you need to handle, but they might not be critical.
That's interesting. So on average, did you guys get any stats for the report on how many alert tools or how many tools organizations are currently using that are contributing to this security alert fatigue?
Definitely, we found that more than half, in fact, 57% of the organization have more than 5 cloud security tools that they use.
Wow.
And it is a lot.
Yeah. It is, and I guess it really depends on their applications and the workloads that they're running on their clouds, and so exactly what they're using the clouds for. But does that seem like a high number to you when you take into consideration everything that organizations are using the cloud for these days?
It is definitely a very high number, in my opinion. I think that it's extremely hard to make sense out of different tools that each one of them see only part of the puzzle, and to try to expect humans to connect these dots.
So what can organizations do then? I mean, apart from just like throwing away all of their cloud security tools and starting from scratch, is there a way that they can kind of harness a lot of these alerts that they're getting these days and kind of find some order in the chaos?
In my opinion, the main thing that organizations that are looking for a tool should do is not look to buy security by the kilo. In fact, tools that are providing more alerts are usually less valuable than ones that provide more concise ones. You need to be able to look at the entire data holistically in the same database, in the same view, to understand who can access this resource, what's the risks in it. If this resource is accessed, what does the attacker get? He gets access to this data. Does he get ability to assume trust that allows accessing to a single asset? And to be able to understand that, this is the only way that you can actually manage risk in mass. Because otherwise, you are going to handle a 7-digit number of alerts for a mid-sized organization, and then you end up to trying to go on percentages and metrics of improvement that doesn't really correlate to risks. If you don't really look at it in a contextualized point of view, it might reduce 90% of the alerts, but it might have a very small impact on risk. And a contextual view, you might be able to close 10 things that will reduce 90% of the risk. So I think that we cannot humanly manage the amount of data that exists in the cloud, and we shouldn't try to. We should try to focus on how to see contextualized view and not just many more alerts in the environment.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So were there any other findings in the survey that really surprised you?
I think the fact that organizations understand that they miss critical alerts on the weekly or daily basis definitely shocked me. And the fact that we have organizations that believe that there's more than half of the organizations that believe that half of the workforce is spent prioritizing alerts. 60% of the organization says that they had employees leaving due to alert fatigue in the organization. So I think this is something that we definitely need as an industry to see how we mature beyond. Yes, we have security tools, it creates alerts, that's great. To our security tools can actually support the business and focus on what will reduce the risk and not how we can be correct and issue more and more alerts that nobody will handle.
Wow, that actually surprises me also, that high number of employees that are leaving because of alert fatigue. And it seems like it is a solution. I mean, it is a problem that does demand a solution, and and I think if it's approached thoughtfully, we probably could get to a very reasonable solution and a very workable solution. So what where can organizations kind of move forward with this level of understanding? Adding context to these alerts obviously is a very huge part of the equation. But are there other things that organizations can do with respect to alert fatigue and helping their IT teams recognize and understand which are the threats that they really do need to take action against, and which ones are the ones that are, like to your point, the broom closet alerts, where picking the lock in the broom closet or supply closet doesn't really make a difference in the day-to-day operations of the organization.
So I'd say both the context and making sure that you understand where your crown jewels are. What's important to the business. At the end of the day, there might be a situation that you have an environment that can be breached that you don't really care. Or you care, but dramatically less. It's a lab machine in a segregated environment with no trust. So yes, you probably want it not to be breached, but it's not a top priority as a server that have access to all of your customer data or to your intellectual or to your source code or to anything else. And I really think that a maturing security organization should work with the business to map the crown jewels and prioritize any attack paths that can reach these crown jewels, and not just to go by, okay, this is the amount of bytes at risk. Not all bytes are created equal.
Sounds like a very, very fascinating report. And I imagine there are a lot more results that we could kind of dive into. But if folks are interested in taking a look for themselves, is the report freely available on the Orca Security website?
Definitely. Just go to go.orca.security/alerts, and you can see the report in our website.
Excellent. Well, Avi, thank you so much for taking a couple minutes and talking with me about the report, some of the findings. We'll have you back next year so we can talk about an updated version of the security alert fatigue report. As I understand, hopefully you're going to be doing this again next year.
Thank you so much. And let's hope the numbers will be lower.
Yeah, let's hope. Let's hope indeed. All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more Techstrong TV coming up, so stay tuned. Hey, everybody. Happy Tuesday. This is Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with the webinars preview. I always tell you, we have so many great webinars coming up on DevOps.com, Container Journal, and Security Boulevard. I got 3 of them here that are happening this week, so please do mark your calendar and join us. The first one is called 2022 Container Security Trends Expert Panel Live Stream. This one is happening Wednesday, April 20th. That's tomorrow, folks, at 11 a.m. Eastern on DevOps.com. This is sponsored by Sneak. The cloud is where applications run today, but the cloud itself is software managed and run with code such as infrastructure as code, Kubernetes, and Helm configs and Docker files. Securing your cloud can and should follow much the same model as the security of the apps you're running in the cloud. So in this webinar, Techstrong research analysts will share some new research on securing cloud environments, containers, and the need for greater visibility and collaboration between engineers, operations, and security teams. In addition, a subject matter expert from Sneak will discuss challenges and successes observed from teams applying developer-first security principles to their cloud-native infrastructures. It's going to be a good one, folks. You definitely want to check it out. All right, the second one is called Building High-Performing DevOps Teams. This one is happening Wednesday, also April 20th at 1 p.m. Eastern on DevOps.com. This is one of our DevOps Unbound panel discussions sponsored by Tricentis. To improve software delivery performance, the first thing organizations need to do is improve their DevOps team's expertise. DevOps doesn't deliver code by itself. It takes a great team to do it. So how can we help our DevOps team become high performers and foster innovation? What makes an effective DevOps team? And what does the future hold for DevOps engineers? This panel of experts will discuss the role of DevOps, the demand for DevOps engineers, and the main principles and practices that DevOps teams should apply to achieve high performance. The third and final webinar I want to let you know about today is called Getting HashiCorp Terraform into Production. This one is happening Thursday, April 21st at 1 p.m. Eastern on Security Boulevard. This one is sponsored by AWS and HashiCorp. When starting their migration journey, many small teams adopt Terraform open source software to provision their clouds using infrastructure as code. As teams expand, organizational challenges can arise around collaboration, security, compliance, and governance. This webinar discusses the benefits that Terraform Cloud offers customers who are considering Terraform as the standard workflow to provision and manage infrastructure in their organization. Good one. All right, that's it for the webinar's preview. I'll be back on Thursday with a brand new one for you. Until then, I hope everybody has a great day, and please, whatever you do, stay safe. All right, and we are back. Rounding out today's Techstrong TV broadcast, we have The View with Vizard. In this one, Mike Vizard is speaking with Ronak Raman, who is a developer relations manager at Quali. They discuss developer burnout and why minimizing developer burnout has become a key performance indicator for DevOps teams. It's a great conversation. Please do check it out. Let's roll it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Ronak Raman, who is head of developer relations for Quali, and we're going to be talking about developer burnout as it relates to infrastructure as code. And Ronak, my first question is to you is, we gave all these developers these wonderful infrastructure as code tools. They go do these things. How can there be burnout? Because, you know, they're supposed to be simple and easy, and IT operations guys got out of the way.
Yeah, I see that. Well, Mike, I'm a parent, so some of my analogies might be parent-based, and I've also been a tech worker for 2 decades, so I'm going to mix and mash some of these analogies. But I gave my son a pocket knife, when he was younger, and I realized you have to be that has to be supervised. There have to be guardrails when playing with a new toy like IAC tools, infrastructure as code tools. And 2 things at play here. Okay, so the tools are great, and they automate infrastructure, and they're good at what they do, like Terraform, Helm, all that's great. But without guardrails, there are conflicting interests. I want to move fast, but I also, as the organization, I care about my security, I care about reputation, and I care about escaping defects. And so some of those things clash with moving fast. You could have Terraform scripts being written by developers that just really care about getting their product and their features out to the public, and might miss security concerns. There are also governance concerns, leaving environments and infrastructure out there dangling in the wind, gathering costs. So I think it's actually exacerbated the problem.
Do you think that's leading to more turnover for developers, or are we seeing developers kind of quit and maybe go do something else? I mean, what's the ultimate impact?
Well, the ultimate impact here, if I step back, I believe this is going to impact our ability to get software out faster. Backing up, we're in the midst of corporations digitizing, right, their whole pipeline, moving to the cloud. And what you'll have is developer burnout is sort of built into the model right now. And what we will see is not just people leaving and saying, hey, I'm going to go someplace else. I do see some, especially during COVID time, people deciding, oh, well, I don't have to do this at all. But I see that's a very rare occurrence. What I see more is people leave to someplace that can do these things. That where I'm a developer, and I'm sort of, as a developer, being a former developer myself, I saw myself as an artist. I'm creating something cool and I'm trying to get it out there. And if you think about the artist's life, dealing with their art and their patron, all the other stuff in life gets in the way. And dealing with DevOps, centralized DevOps organizations, for example, to get my infrastructure out just so that I can have a place to display my art, can be soul crushing. So the first thing I'll do, if I be honest, is, I'll try to work through my environment. And if I see that there's no way for me to create my art, I'm going to go look around for a patron where some of these roadblocks don't exist.
Do you think this therefore relates to my ability to recruit development talent, or developers sitting there saying, all things being equal, I'm making a nice piece of coin somewhere else, and now it's just basically who's going to make it easier for do my art, or who's going to take all these headaches out of my way that I'm finding somewhat stressful?
So it's a super great question. I even have an example of that. So, and I'm hoping, I think every single developer, actually every single tech worker that I have spoke to in the last 2 years, including coworkers and people I'm just interviewing, voice of the customer and whatnot, every single one of them agreed that salary in the tech field has not been an issue. When we had pandemic, some of my colleagues have seen, a 50% increase easily, in their salary. So all things being equal, and if you take money off of the, off the levels of concern, it's really going to be where can I create? Where can I be impactful? I don't care about money anymore. And I've always thought money is something you just don't want to worry about. You're already in trouble when you're worrying about money. So I in my mind, I consider that sort of table stakes. And I'll give you an example. I got a recruitment call myself, and these little things make a difference. Asked what kind of source control do they use. I was thinking what flavor of, for instance, Git, maybe GitHub, Bitbucket, or whatnot. And they said, well, actually, we're using Subversion. And for me, that was just pretty much the find a polite exit to the call. Subversion. That's going to be very hard to recruit, and it just money doesn't even. That's not even. We're not at that concern yet when you're working with something like that. So if I hear, I'll listen to things like, do we have a centralized DevOps, organization? Okay, and what's the relationship? How do I, from when I commit my art, my code, how does it get through that pipeline? And to avoid the burnouts, we want to take all the toil out of it. It should be a joy. That's what the promise of technology was for, right? When I say that, I picture for those in the statesides, I picture the Jetsons, sort of, a Jetsons type of lifestyle. We haven't created that promise yet, but it's all about removing that toil, and I'll find a place that does that if I can't find it where I'm at. And so I think if I were organizations, and I do see them taking it very seriously, I would pay attention to that. And money's not going to solve that problem.
Do you think it's becoming the job of the DevOps engineering team to essentially deliver a better developer experience? And are they going to get measured on that? And how would one actually think about measuring that?
I think that it has fallen on DevOps organizations, and in all of the, and especially I'll speak more of centralized DevOps here. When there are too few folks to take the incoming requests, because developers really are looking for a removal of barriers. You're not a hero providing infrastructure, and DevOps only gets DevOps teams usually only get recognized in the wrong way when things break, or my life in IT. I would always, there's an ongoing joke. It's like, we only get noticed when things go wrong. Okay, so really we need to just be providing as DevOps self-service abilities and be a broker between the organization's need for guardrails and order and cost control and all the things that organizations care about, while balancing also the ability for developers to move as fast as possible, commit their code as fast as possible.
One of the issues we are having, though, is we give these developers tools to empower them, and then we turn around and there's all these misconfigurations everywhere, and things are a little bit of a mess, shall we say? So how do we kind of balance that, using your analogy of letting the kids go play, but we need some guardrails. So how do we kind of get to that kind of balance?
Yeah. Okay. So, so much to say on this, especially since I'm on a team that sort of specializes in this area. Okay, let's just first, say what we all know out loud. The organization have legitimate interests, and developers have legitimate interests, and really there are things in common. We both want to get our software out as fast as possible, and that's the name of the game. Features out, and especially product-led growth. You want to lead with your product. Okay, so that's the common interest, but developers want to create those features, as fast as possible, and organizations want that too. But they have to have their guardrails, to protect the business, keep costs down, make sure access is limited to those who need it. You don't want to give the keys to your cloud to just anyone. So I'm looking for tools as a developer in my software pipeline, really, that let me self-service everything I need. And ideally, those would be safe for the organization. The tools, the guardrails are built in. So I'm looking at, if I self-service for infrastructure, I need something that will sort of tear down that environment automatically. I'm not going to leave that to the developers to do. I want my infrastructure to be secure, the operating systems fully patched, but I don't want the developers to think about that. There are experts that can do that and sort of create like a template or a blueprint and offer that as a catalog. That's like some of the examples of guardrails that we want developers to have available. Actually, I said that the wrong way. Developers aren't primarily concerned with that, but that would help the organization. And then the developers just get what they want. Their environments get created as they want, and they can just move through life by committing code.
Some people are saying developers are going to own the thing end to end, and other folks look at that and say, well, if they really want to focus on, say, business logic in their craft, are they really going to be concerned about infrastructure and security? And so does that fall more towards the platform and the DevOps teams to find some way to automate that and the guardrails so they don't have to think about it?
Well, I think you're right on that last statement. We're going to have to find, and that will fall on the DevOps team and their shoulders to figure that out. But to respond to your shift left and how far can that go? I've noticed a bunch of industries, and I have I don't know, maybe this is not a popular take, but I believe we'll shift so far left that will we need code committed by developers? I mean, I'm half tongue in cheek, just sort of joking about that, but we're going to see. I think development by developers is going to evolve. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not in the next year, but it's going to evolve to where their work life is going to change, and it won't look the same way that it does now. Let me give you an example. In the DevOps field, before it was called DevOps, I would just rack and stack computers and whatnot, and then we have cloud and whatnot. And soon, what I do in IT now looks nothing like when I started in this field. I haven't seen a cold room in maybe a decade. Okay, but I am still considered an infrastructure specialist. So I think the name of the game, and this is a theme in my life, including where I got from my parents too, is that your job has to evolve. And shifting left will be like automation is going to pick up what you're doing now, and you're going to have skills that manage that automation. I hope, yeah. So I think it's going to go far out there. I think we're going to, one of the things, just another example. Sorry if I'm rambling. Another example is, while coding, I can be burning the midnight oil. And over 2 decades of working in this field, my hands and my wrists, sort of, have that little bit of carpal tunnel. I've been experimenting with, talk to text type of, coding as well. And we're just going to see that developers 2 decades from now are going to look at my dad's like punch card programming, programs. We're just going to look at us like that, sort of.
Do you think as part of that automation, we'll get to some level of artificial intelligence where we'll just tell the machine what we're looking for, what we want, maybe some of the parameters, and the whole thing will just be automated and we won't have to think about it?
Something like that. We'll still have to worry about these concerns. These themes never change. Like my dad did the mainframe, and I'm not joking. He got super mad when I accidentally spilled these cards when I was a young kid, and I didn't understand. I just ruined his program. That was his college, thesis program. So, and that was never to be recovered. But my old man and I both have to diagnose and troubleshoot the same way. I joked about him. It's like, yeah, not all of us can find a moth that burnt out our fuse in our, in our computer to figure out what went wrong. Some of us have to dig through code. We'll need the same skills. It'll just look different. Like I said, with the talk to text, so we have to keep updating ourselves. And that's one of the things, so I talked about my dad, and now I'm talking about my children. So what I'm passing down to them is things like troubleshooting, things like communicating, things like algorithms and analyzing it, because it'll be laughable. They're not going to use any of the same tools that I do.
It's kind of like going to the store with your dad before there were solid state televisions and you were looking at tubes and stuff like that. And now nobody even thinks twice about that. So the world increasingly does get automated. Hopefully, Ronak, your children will forgive you someday for something you did, and vice versa with your dad, and everybody will just keep moving along. But in the meantime, I want to thank you for being on the show.
Oh, wow. That was so much fun. We're already done. Okay. Mike, it was a pleasure. I'm glad to be with you. I hope to speak with you again.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
Looking for a live conference focused on the tools, technologies, and practices most important to your business? Innotech conferences are live one-day business and technology conferences highlighting the latest in trends for IT leaders, developers, and IT professionals. Each event combines education, innovation, peer-to-peer networking, and the latest technology and business solutions for a diverse IT-focused audience. Innotech conferences occur throughout the year in strategic regional locations, bringing together technology professionals from various industries to learn about the solutions, practices, and tools impacting their day-to-day work and gain insight into what's to come. Presenters at Innotech conferences are selected and curated to ensure each session provides the most up-to-date and relevant information without any hype. Whether you're interested in digital transformation, cybersecurity, cloud, IT leadership, or DevOps, Innotech conferences deliver. 2022 events are scheduled to be held in Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Houston, and Washington, D.C. Innotech conferences are produced by Techstrong Live and powered by Techstrong Group.
All right, that wraps up another Techstrong TV broadcast. Hope you enjoyed watching it. I enjoyed bringing it to you as always. Just a quick reminder, we have a lot of really great events coming up, both in person and virtual. The first one we've got for you, coming at you, is Innotech Austin, which is happening April 27th. That's next Wednesday. Hope you can join us there. It's going to be a great day-long IT conference focusing on so many different things in the IT space, including cloud native and DevOps and cybersecurity, our three main focus areas. We've also got a lot of other events coming up for you. We've got another Innotech in May in Dallas, and we've got a lot of other day-long events lined up. Please do go to techstrongevents.com and check out the full lineup. You can look at the agendas, the speaker lineup, and register for the events. I'll be back on Thursday with a brand new broadcast. Until then, I hope everybody has a great day, and please, whatever you do, stay safe.